the last year has been a battle for everybody, right? So the engineers battled to make the best workflow systems so that they work, because we're going from the AI hype to AI disillusionment or realism sometimes. And we realized that machine translation was actually good because it was reliable. Large language models outperform machine translation, but they hallucinate, they break tags, and in big production workflows, it's not easy to use them. Now, the diplomats and the buy side, the localization project managers, have been battling first to get their own AI program running, and then battling against the CTOs, CPOs, product officers, technical officers, to stop rival programs running. We'll have a panel about that. And you, as a model maker, you've been battling governments and all kinds of monsters out there to get your project off the ground. What was the most important fight for you in the past 12 months?
So I guess the most important battle was for sovereignty in Europe, multilingualism in Europe. This is very well established, but the way we are working on this side of the globe to get decent compute and to get the infrastructure, it has been a struggle this year. So you imagine.
Yeah, it's been a struggle also for the translation companies, the language services providers, language technology integrators. Many of them are under pressure to keep their revenues from falling. Some of them, like our title sponsor Smartling, are growing very fast. Bryan will talk about this in a few minutes. For the translators, it was a battle to learn how to incorporate the technology into their narrative and work. So lots of fights, but now it's coming to a point of stability, right? We already have a sense of where the future is going. My favorite situation, chaos everywhere, which was like the situation a couple of years ago when ChatGPT started, and then the next year with the high expectations and the hype, it's, I think, coming to an end. So this edition of GenAI and localization is going to be the AI realist edition.
But we already jumped through many technological moments, and we always survived, and we learned a deal through the process. So we are going to be fine.
Perfect. Let's do some housekeeping first. So we have a 3-day program. The first day that you're joining right now today is open to everybody, and it's streamed to YouTube. Jan will tell us about this in a second. Jan, would you like to come on stage and give us a quick overview of what's going on YouTube?
Yeah, well, so we finally made it. It's always a little bit tricky with live connections, but we made it, and the stream is live and gathering people. So right now we are above 100 people connected from YouTube, and this has been growing in the last few days with advertising we did to over 100,000 people in views. So it's we will see how this turns out. Very excited.
Yeah, and I'm very excited for the fight that you won this year. You're the first localization industry person to achieve 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, and you're becoming a real big influencer. So congratulations on this. Has GenAI helped you in any way?
All the time, all the time. Without GenAI, you are not doing content marketing today. So it was super helpful for building up the channel, to preparing the interviews. And at Beluga, my company, my LSP, it's always there. And I think this is the reality we are facing today.
Thank you, Jan. So feel free to jump in throughout today's stream to say a few words, to translate and interpret this event for the 100,000 viewers that you have. Hopefully, everybody will see what we're discussing today on YouTube and come back with fresh ideas. You're bringing more and more people into the localization industry, even those who have not heard of localization before, what are our problems, how do we operationalize AI, and why the models have not replaced us yet.
That is the goal. Thanks a lot, Konstantin, for the collaboration, and very excited about this fun, wonderful conference. So let's go.
Let's go. A few things to say about the conference. This is our 5th edition. The conference has grown in presence. We have covered many topics, seen many influencers, and more to come. This year is the first year where we bring in outside influencer. The keynote will be delivered by Linus, a person who is well known in fintech, in financial technology. He is coming to give us an overview of what's going on in the wider world of AI and what are the adoption patterns that we should know. He is huge on LinkedIn with more than 600,000 subscribers. Very excited to hear what Linus has to say. This year, we have the first program committee of GenAI and localization with 6 people, including Hema, you, Olga Beregovaya, Stefan Hui, Jan is now joining, Jurek Sesilski and Dave Ruane, who are running the innovation showcase tomorrow. So Hema, you'll be running the data workshop, and they'll be running the competitive presentations of grassroots TMS. Lots and lots of systems have been created in the past 3 years. They are now coming to maturity, to fruition, ready to present, how people have incorporated generative AI in their workflows in many different ways. And you'll be able to see it in one place within 2 hours, so be prepared. Finally, we have the first time sponsor. Bryan, thank you very much for supporting the conference. This is the first time GenAI and localization has a financial supporter. Thank you very much. It helps a lot. And with this, perhaps I can give the microphone over to you. I've been talking too much, as usual. What is this moment that we're facing in generative AI and localization? How do we benefit from it? What do we do with it, especially on the buy side? How to take this into our hands and be empowered by it rather than to be threatened by it?
Yeah, that's really kind of the question of the day. So, Konstantin, thanks for having us here. We talked earlier in the year, and you talked about this event you're putting on, and I felt like the timing was really important. I've looked at the content. The content's amazing. And I think it's, as I said, I think it's super timely for us to be here talking about Gen AI and the future of localization. 2025 has been such a wild year, and I think that 26 is going to be incredibly impactful. So I've got a brief presentation here that will kind of keep us on the rails here. So give me one moment. I'll bring that up, and we can kind of get into it. But once again, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. I've really been enjoying watching the chat here. One of the things I love about this industry is just the global nature of it. People from all around the world coming together to talk about how to help us all be better at our jobs, right? And as I talked about, 25 was this wild year in terms of AI and experimentation and adoption. And I think that 26 is just going to be massively transformational for us. I think a lot of the key ingredients are in place. A lot of operational challenges are being solved or have been solved or in the process of being solved. So I'm really glad that Custom.MT decided to host this event. It's very timely. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Bryan Murphy. I'm the CEO of Smartling. I joined Smartling 4 years ago, and it's truly been one of the most rewarding experiences I've had in my career. I get to work with some of the best software, AI, and localization experts in the world, and I think we're doing incredibly interesting and impactful work. Our shared mission is of helping the world communicate, and I think that function, that mission is more essential than ever. So a little bit of background, I've been building software and e-commerce companies forever. They've all been global, and I've always viewed translation and localization as an essential part of the growth of those companies. And so my approach to this industry as CEO of Smartling has been as a customer, right? So what do I need from translation and localization to grow my business? Konstantin and I talked. I was asked to talk about AI disillusionment. Because I've been around tech for a while, I've been through at least 3 hype cycles now. The commercialization of the internet, cloud computing, mobile, and now AI. And all new technologies follow a cycle, and AI is no different. So many of you have probably seen this before. This is the Gartner hype cycle. And we're beginning to see some cracks in the hype, right? And I think many of you have probably experienced that. And I think that we're somewhere here on the downslope and heading into the dreaded trough of disillusionment. 2 years ago, executives believed AI would replace many functions like coding and translation almost instantly, much like what was said about machine translation many, many years ago, that it would replace human translation. So today, many organizations quietly admit that they have not achieved the value that they expected with AI. However, as experience would dictate, it would be a grave mistake on our part to dismiss AI as a solution. If you recall back way a long time ago, around 2000, the world almost broke when people realized that the internet wasn't going to do everything that they said it was going to do at the time. But if you sit here now, and can you imagine a world without the internet? I don't think so. Can you imagine a world without cloud computing? I don't think so, right? And the same thing will happen with AI. I think we're realizing that, okay, it doesn't do everything that we think it's going to do. It's not perfect. It breaks. It does strange things. It hallucinates and all that. But it is an incredibly powerful technology, and I believe that. And in my experience of over 20 years of building technology companies, this technology will have and is having one of the most profound impacts on productivity that mankind has produced. So I think it's important to understand that this trough of disillusionment is not a failure. It's not a bug. It's a feature, and it's the natural correction between hype and real operational adoption. So localization leaders like you are the ones that are going to turn AI into quality, safety, consistency, and customer trust. And so this moment belongs to the leaders who can bring clarity, execution, and results. One of the big questions of the day is, what does it mean to use AI, right? So nearly all organizations are under pressure to implement AI across the board. And because it's so new, you're oftentimes building your own solutions. Once again, kind of going back to the example of the internet, when we first got started, there were no shopping carts, there were no server farms, there were no product information catalogs. We had to build all that stuff ourselves, and it was very time consuming, expensive. Many times it failed. But through that process of building a whole new ecosystem of really amazing products emerged. And so I think that we see this, once again, this impact of this technology being so new, so early, so transformative. You see that in this MIT study showing that 95% of all Gen AI pilots are failing. So this is sort of like the very definition of the trough of disillusionment. And that's largely because launching your own AI agent is a forever project. It's not a one-time build. Spinning up a prototype can be fast and cheap, but building a production grade system demands constant attention from a very talented and expensive team. Building best in class is a constantly moving target, and the game is you have to at least match or beat that solution. And so this means ongoing feature enhancements, model upgrades, prompt tuning, as well as non-trivial, unglamorous work around availability, data privacy, and security. Long story short is there's a lot of prototypes that are being built today, a lot of experimentation, but to build a production system is an entirely different matter. So when we talk about, okay, we put all this work into this, what are the outcomes we desire? And I think that it's fair to say that translation quality is arguably one of the most important operational KPIs of localization professionals. And so I thought it'd be helpful to share some recent benchmarking that we've done against the different modalities to talk about where are we in terms of quality. And so here we see a comparison of TER across several modalities. And for those that are non-localization professionals, this is TER as a translation edit rate, and it's sort of lower is better here. You want lower edit rates across these things. So as we see, while LLMs are improving in quality, they are still not as good as trained MT even today, especially against a broad set of languages. However, when you add in features like adaptive translation memory, agentic post-editing, and training, you begin to see some very exciting outcomes. So the primary issue is that raw AI translation breaks tone, brand voice, and terminology. In fact, in terms of results, we see 20 to 40% higher error rates on branded content, terminology mismatch in raw AI of between 30 and 70%, and post-edit gains plateau without proper governance. So I know executives are pushing for AI adoption. I get it. I'm one of those people. But without governance and measurement models, you're likely going to end up in the 95% failure camp. So it's essential that localization leaders guide this narrative and show what is required to make AI safe and effective. Another operational KPI of localization professionals is turnaround time. And here we see that even with human in the loop, AI human translation turnaround time has improved by 55% over the past 2 years and is now 6 times faster than traditional translation. And so that leads us to, okay, here we are in this age of AI. Where are we in this journey, even as we head into potentially this trough of disillusionment? What is the current impact of AI in translation? And so Smartling's in a unique position. We translate and localize billions of words for our customers around the world. And I just checked this yesterday. It was really interesting. I checked our November numbers. And in fact, today, 84% of our translation is now AI based, which is pretty remarkable considering how far along we are in this journey. And as a result of that, once again, going through and looking at the data, our customers are now translating 3 times more content for about 60% less cost per word and 6 times faster than traditional translation. So I look at this slide, I get really excited about this because I think about localization professionals being able to show their leadership team this slide and what would be the impact on the organization by implementing AI translation into their business, right? But these are operational metrics. So if you could translate 3 times faster or 3 times more content, 6 times faster, what impact would this have on your enterprise's strategic KPIs like growth, conversion rate, engagement, and CSAT? So now more than ever, enterprises need experienced local leaders to elevate localization's impact. You guys are the subject matter experts here. And this subject matter expertise, along with leadership, is what is going to enable you to be able to secure budget, authority, and visibility across the entire organization. But you need to have a plan. You also need to be able to align to enterprise goals, not just local goals. It's really interesting. I've spent a lot of time over the last few months traveling around the world, talking to a lot of localization professionals. And one of my observations is that too few localization professionals think about or align to enterprise goals. I think we're all very good at our quality, cost, speed, but what is our organization's impact on the enterprise goals? So being able to show how effective localization is can help lead to these positive outcomes. And in order to do that, you need an AI-powered localization system, not just isolated experiments. Quality, accuracy, tone, and safety are strategic and must be governed. Our function is now global experience management, not just translation. And AI increases our influence. It's an opportunity to amplify your expertise and impact. To lead and have influence, you need to move beyond the operational KPIs like quality, cost, speed, and align yourself to the KPIs that matter most for enterprises, like growth, conversion rates, engagement, CSAT. A good example of this is make sure that you understand if you report into the marketing department, make sure you understand like what are your international growth goals as a company? What's the planned growth for Japan? How can you influence that? How do you tie yourself to that goal? Or if you're in product, What are the CSAT goals? What are the engagement goals, et cetera, making sure you're tying yourself to that. I almost guarantee if you do your job right, you're going to have the right kind of impact on those numbers. And this is what leadership teams look for is they appreciate the operational goals, right? Like quality, cost, speed. Hey, I saved us a bunch of money. I improved turnaround time. But what they really want to hear about is how did you help me drive growth? How did you help me drive innovation, et cetera? So, in order to lead in the age of AI, you need to propose a bold and confident plan to leadership to implement AI. As a CEO, I can tell you that my expectation is that every business function within our company must have an AI strategy that will either result in growth, innovation, or improved margins. I'm no different than any other CEO around the world who has a board who's pressuring us to deliver the same. So, I believe that in 2026, this will be a requirement and not an option, and this will affect all of us. So enterprises need badass localization managers more than ever to help us keep from falling into the trough of disillusionment and to keep your teams from losing influence. So once again, a big thanks to Konstantin and the Custom.MT crew for inviting Smartling to be a part of this event. The agenda looks amazing, and you're going to learn from some of the world's best. And I hope you come away empowered and excited to take on AI in 2026.
Fantastic. Thank you, Bryan. This is exactly what we should be talking about, how to take all the new models and transform them into a business benefit. You mentioned, you mentioned reducing TR, translation error rates, but I also think that there's a huge percentage of content which goes without human supervision. You're on top of the numbers. What is the current split? What is the ratio of human and non-human translations that are pushed through a system these days? And you have one of the top, I don't know, 1 to 3 systems in the world. So you have the biggest volume.
I think so. We're probably one of the fastest growing translation companies in the world right now because of the investment that we've made in AI over the last 2.5 years. And I just looked at this number yesterday. I almost wasn't going to bring this up because it's really shocking. But so 84% of our translated words now are AI based. And there's 2 forms of that. AI, what we call AIT or AI translation, which is no human in the loop, and AI human translation, which is AI with a post edit done, review and post edit. So 43%, or just about half of that number, is AI translation straight up, going straight through, no review. So that to me is a wild number.
And that is the enterprise, right? Because Google released a number this year that they translate 1 trillion words per month, I think, right?
Yeah, something like that. And so the keys to these things are, when I talked about having a system. You can't do this without a system. If you know me, I came from Detroit. I used to be in the manufacturing business, and we used to make 1 million widgets of some kind of widget a day, and that had to be like integrated, automated, have QA as part of that production process. So that's how I kind of think about this world, is that you have to have the integration to the workflows, right? It has to be 99.99% automated. And then you have the actual translation. Then you have to have an automated QA step as part of that post process, because even there's all kinds of things that happen, right? And then large language models absolutely do hallucinate. So hallucination detection, mitigation is an essential part of that. Otherwise, if you're running that type of volume through there, you're going to end up with significant risk of brand damage.
Yeah, even 1% of hallucination across 10 million words, it's still 100,000 words.
Good math. Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Hema, do you have a question?
Yeah, more than a question, it's a comment. You said that MT translation works like an amplifier for what we can do to get people into a truly multilingual experience. And I think that the AI has increased the appetite for multilinguality. So I see those numbers that you were reporting, and I'm happy to see that more and more people want their content to be translated. And I see increasingly AI for languages that we couldn't even dream in the past, having technology, translation technology for them as a good opportunity. So I'm wondering whether you are receiving a different mix of languages for translation these years.
100%, and that's exactly right. Like I've never met a customer that that didn't have enough content to be translated and localized, right? They always ration because it's expensive, it's slow, it's sort of a pain. And so if this is Jevons paradox. So if you're familiar with Jevons paradox, right? So the more that the less expensive you make it, the more automated you make it, actually the more of it you consume. This came out of the turn of the century with coal production and is really visible with cloud services, right? The more that price came down, the better the solution was, the more cloud services got consumed. We're seeing translation follow that curve exactly. And it's exactly right. So we have customers that are coming in and saying, hey, you know what? We actually only currently translate into 5 languages now, but we sell into 12 countries. Now we can cost effectively add those other languages. Or our customers are asking for, learning and development or technical documentation to be localized, but we haven't been able to afford that. Now we're able to afford that. So this is why the translation content has tripled literally in the last 2 months, because for the same budget or less, they're able to accomplish so many more things. And I think this is the really exciting part of localization professionals going to their leadership and saying, hey, I've got a great AI solution for you here that's going to enable us to translate and localize all of this content, and we expect it to have the following result on growth, conversion rate, engagement, CSAT, etc., and experiment your way in there. Trust me, as a CEO, there's nothing more than I love when someone comes to me and says, hey, I've got an idea to implement AI safely and effectively within our organization. That to me is like, thank you.
Right. We want to be AI realists, but not like thinkers and saying, will it work or not, but AI realist with a leader kind of attitude, so that we start things and we break things.
Yep.
Bryan, thank you very much. We're running about 10 minutes late, so I would like to thank you for your speech and introduce the next presenter.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Linus, good afternoon. How's Vilnius?
Hey everyone. Vilnius is not bad. It's already dark. We don't have snow anymore, so I don't know how good or bad it is. Depends, I guess, on how you're dressed.
Excellent. So to introduce a little bit the preamble, Linus, you're working in fintech for quite a few years, and you've built a fantastic analysis of that space and a huge following. Fintech is eating up the world, right? That's what it says on every newsletter. And paradoxically, we are here in the translator localization community, but the keynote is coming from another area. I think it's very interesting for us, the translators, in each of these conferences that we host, the GenAI localization, to learn from another area, what's going on there, how the global trends are unfolding, and how they apply to us. So I guess you have a lot to say from the other dimension. What is the parallelism? What is the takeaway for us, the localization people? So with this, unless Hema, you have any comments?
No, I would take notes. I'm just prepared to take notes.
Prepared to take notes. Excellent.
Let's give the floor to Linus.
Linus, thank you. Take it away.
Thank you, guys. I'm just looking. Yeah, my presentation is loading. Brilliant. Yeah. So I called my keynote the morning after the hype, and I hope that you will understand why. That's the title of the keynote. So once again, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. Today, I want to start off with something you have probably felt, but haven't heard admitted on stage yet. 3 years after ChatGPT launched, we are tired. Not tired of AI per se, but tired of the story we were told about it. Tired of the endless pivot pitches. Tired of the watching someone just bolt AI onto their product or service and expect their stock price to pop We have seen that numerous times. And if you work in operations, product, customer support, success, or even finance, really tired of watching, pilots that look perfect in demos catastrophically fail at scale. And here's what happened. We entered the trough of disillusionment, and you see the graph, you will see the graph again. And I'm here to tell you this. This is exactly where the real opportunity is. You see this slide in the previous presentation, but I think it's too good to be ignored. We have not synced on this before, so I think that only shows the importance of this. And to stress again, so the Gartner's hype cycle is real. And we have seen it before with blockchain, we have seen it before with NFTs, Web3, metaverse, and basically every other major technology. In fact, every transformative technology follows the same path. So there's peak of inflated expectations. We were here in 2023, 2024. Then there's trough of disillusionment. We are here right now. Then there's slope of enlightenment. This is where we are headed. And then there's plateau of productivity. And this is exactly where the real money is being made. So we will cover that in a bit. And right now we are in the trough. And the current situation is pretty blunt. Some of these numbers you have already seen, but I think it's worth reiterating on these again. So 95% of projects show no measurable ROI. This is from MIT. Only 22% of organizations have defined AI strategies despite widespread adoption. This is from Thomson Reuters. And then there's Klarna, probably one of the most AI first and AI heavy fintechs, if not startups in the world. Even at some point in time, they called them, I think, AI first payment network. That has a bit shifted right now because the narrative has changed a bit. But even companies like Klarna, they have, that they've been very aggressive of automation. The CEO was very public about it, but they have admitted that they went, too far. And right now they are hiring or rehiring humans again. But I think important point here to note is that it's not failure, it's recalibration. The market is getting smart. If it wouldn't be getting smart, we would probably see these examples from, Copilot in Excel, where it just cannot do basic math, right? And knowing how much of the world is being run on Excel, this is literally a global financial crisis waiting to happen. And this brings us to one very important section where we're going to talk about the 3 brutal truths about LLMs and their adoption at scale. So if you have personally used an LLM, whether ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity, Gemini, whatever, it seems like a miracle, right? It works, it's fast, it's useful, it's good enough, right? You review it, problem solved. But if you are a large enterprise trying to push millions of operations through an API, you are basically in hell. So what these truths are all about. So truth number 1 is about the consistency. LLMs are not deterministic. They hallucinate, they miss context, and they drift. For individual use cases, it's fine, right? You are human in the loop. But for enterprise scale, you will find that LLM generates inconsistent outputs across parallel runs, different phrasing, different choices, different risks. And a company that I know personally, they pushed customer support summaries through GPT-4 and found the same customer issue that was classified in 4 different ways depending on when the request ran. And that's not what you want to do. So the fix is obviously years of engineering, add guardrails, prompt templates, and validation layers. Truth number 2 is about the integration problem. So your LLM does not know your business. That's a fact, right? It doesn't know your brand voice. It doesn't know your regulatory constraints. It doesn't know that in your industry, risk has a specific legal meaning. It doesn't know your customers' financial situations or how to communicate with them. That's why bolting a generic LLM onto your stack is like hiring, a brilliant consultant who has never met your company, never read your playbooks, and it learns on the job. Truth to be told, that works quite well for the likes of KPMGs and, Accentures of the world, but that's, I guess, another story. We don't want that, right? So the fix here is custom fine-tuning, integration, architecture, and domain-specific guardrails. Now, last but not least is the truth number three, which is the speed cost trap. And this often surprises people. So LLMs are slower than people think and more expensive than they admit. And there was a very interesting peer-reviewed study from May 2025, which benchmarked GPT-4o against conventional systems on high-stakes work. So think legal, think compliance, think customer-facing decisions. And what they found was that, conventional specialized systems were still faster. They were cheaper on the same task, which brings us to the takeaway saying that at production at scale with thousands or millions of operation, that compounds very, very fast. So your LLM can in fact cost more than your previous system while delivering similar or sometimes even worse results. And this brings us to quite of a brutal ecosystem right now, which I would define as a war. You are currently in a war in a sense that developers, product managers, or sometimes even CEOs always ask after seeing a demo, so why can't we automate this? And then they start shipping half-baked LLM wrappers, right? They're fast, they're cheap, but they're so wrong in so many ways that it gets sometimes even hilarious, as you see in this example. Of course, it's a meme, but in every meme or in every joke, there's some truth to it. So I wouldn't be surprised that we would see this in the actual production, or I'm pretty sure that there were such cases before. On top of that, there's leadership that's asking, so why we are hiring for this role if ChatGPT exists? And again, if you remember that slide that I showed about Excel, that's exactly why you shouldn't be focusing bluntly on AI. That's why your job is to survive this without becoming collateral damage, which means you can't be defensive here. You have to be strategic, and we'll talk about what does that actually mean. But before we go out, again, one other interesting example that I found, which is again very real, is about just playing with some numbers, developing a financial model with ChatGPT, and you end up with them making up numbers. Which again, if you're in finance, which is a high stakes game, you cannot allow that to happen. Which brings us to the next point about how people are actually using AI, how smartest people are adapting. And the truth is that people winning right now are the ones that are doubling down on legacy expertise only. They're not the ones running away from AI either. They're building a hybrid skill set that makes them irreplaceable. So how does that work? The formula is very simple. It's domain expertise plus AI literacy plus business judgment. So what does that look like? So domain expertise is what you have. So you understand your business, whether that's customer support, product development, translation, operations, or finance. You know the edge cases. You know when the system is confident but wrong. You know what good actually looks like. So that muscle doesn't get automated. It gets amplified with AI. AI literacy is what you need. And this is not about coding. This is not even about deep machine learning. It's about understanding what LLMs can and cannot do. You know what a hallucination is and when it matters. You know the difference between fine-tuned and generic models. You ask smart questions. For example, what's the token limit? How does it handle edge cases? Where is the bias coming from, right? So this is the thinking that separates strategists from victims. And last but not least, it's business judgment. And this is actually what wins, right? So you connect capability with ROI. You ask when to use AI and when not to. You know that replacing human with a broken system often costs much more than keeping the human. You build the case for hybrid workflows. You measure what actually matters, not the usage, but the outcome. The outcome is the key. And the good news here is that this is all learnable. The hard news, it requires moving out of your comfort zone, out of your patterns that you are used to. Now, that being said, there are a lot of things and a lot of different narratives that you're going to hear in the throng. And of course, some will very much tempt you. For example, AI will do everything eventually, so let's wait, let's not do anything, right? Or AI will never be as good, right? So we'll ignore it. Or the last, our industry is some sort of a special, so the rules don't apply. Again, we kind of ignore it. And the thing here is that all of these are traps. That's not the thing that you should be focusing on. The narrative that works is very simple. It's honest pragmatism. You see here, it's written down, but I wanna voice it out again because it's very, very important. So AI is a tool set. It solves specific, narrowly defined, high volume problems at scale faster than humans can. But it fails spectacularly at ambiguous, contextual, judgment-heavy problems that require deep domain knowledge, which you have. So our job at the very, very core is to be the intelligence that decides which is which and to orchestrate, most importantly, orchestrate systems that get better over time. With that in mind, what does it mean, right? What should we do and what should we be focusing on? So there are 3 key decisions that I think are important to be made either this quarter, this year, or whatever timeframe you're operating on. Decision number 1 is to stop building rogue systems. And by rogue systems, I mean, everyone's got that internal project or a guy or a desire who knows, Python. They found a free LLM API. They're building something on the side, right? It's good, it's human nature, right? But that's one of the biggest risks because these types of experiments lead to data leakage, quality chaos, technical debt, and most importantly, compliance risk because nobody knows what data went where and where it's all stored out. That's why the decision here is to centralize AI experimentation. Build a sandbox, let people play with it, measure what works, kill what doesn't, formalize what sticks. And this moves you from chaos to strategy. Decision number 2 is invest in hybrid orchestration. Again, this might sound cliche, but it's actually very, very true. So the future is not AI versus human. It's AI plus human orchestrated. So what this even means, right? So we could imagine 3 key phases. So phase number 1 could be AI handling high volume, well-defined work. So it could be fast, acceptable quality floor. Phase number 2 could be humans handling judgment calls, edge cases, and contextual decisions. So this is where your expertise matters. And phase number 3 is quality gates and feedback loops. So what do humans teach the system and how they make it better? And the data here is very, very clear. Hybrid workflows are 40% faster than human only and significantly better quality than AI only. Of course, there's a catch here, right? This only works if you design it right. That's why you need clear handoff rules. So when does AI pass to human? Quality gates, what triggers the rejection, and feedback loops. What do human teach AI? How do you improve the system? How do you make it better? And what actually you want to improve? And instead of focusing on just pure implementation, you should just pick one function and one workflow, redesign it as hybrid, measure it, build the playbook, and then expand. Now, last but not least is decision number 3, which is about building your AI adoption roadmap around your mission. And that's very, very important. Not around the models, not around AI, not AI for the sake of AI, but around your business mission and what actually matters. So how it should look like. So when you're looking at your roadmap, you should answer some of these questions. So here, number 1 could be, which workflows can we automate and enhance with AI while maintaining quality? You should start with high volume, lower judgment work, which is lesser of a risk, but potentially has a solid impact. Year number 2 could be, what does AI enable us to expand our capacity without pure headcount growth? So it could be specific functions. Some people would lean probably towards customer support. Others could be for chatbot related functions. Now, are there any specific use cases? And year number 3 is, how do we use AI to do things we couldn't do before? So it could be new markets, could be new services, could be new efficiency. That's why if you would sum up this in a big picture, we could say that the companies winning in this front aren't the ones building the fanciest LLMs. They aren't the ones that doing AI for the sake of AI, but they are the ones with the clearest roadmap connecting AI capability to business outcome. If you don't do this as a starting point, as a building block, then you might end up in a situation like this. This is a very good meme about enterprise wanting to do AI agents, and all they hear is faster, better, cheaper, but they don't have the building blocks in place. They don't have the right data. They don't have the right frameworks. They even don't have the right idea, and then you end up basically in hell. That being said, let's talk about the AI opportunity and where the money is being made. And again, let me repeat one thing. The disillusionment phase is where fortunes are being made. So let's talk about some of the opportunities. Opportunity number one is about the efficiency arbitrage. Most companies are still figuring out the hybrid workflows. But if you get this right first, you are capturing 30 to 40% of the efficiency gains while everyone else is still in the throttle. So, for example, could be faster delivery, lower costs per unit of work, could be higher quality. This is obviously table stakes, right? But it's very, very valuable and it's profitable right now. A good example here is a post I made about Stripe that literally built AI but for payments. But I think more important is how they did that. So Stripe optimized their fraud detection by splitting the work. So AI handles high volume categorizations while humans focus on the ambiguous cases. And the result, 40% faster cycles without sacrificing the quality. That's efficiency arbitrage. Opportunity number two is the competitive mouth play. So once you have operationalized your hybrid workflows internally, you have something most competitors don't. So a repeatable, proven system for augmenting human capability with AI. And that could become a product. So what companies could be doing right now? They could be using internal workflows as a proof of concept. They could be building tools or platforms that industry needs, or even selling to competitors. And the AI infrastructure play is much bigger. It's different valuation than pure operational play. Example here could be Block, formerly known as Square. So they have their proprietary Goose AI agent and G2 platform, and they're accelerating product development with the help of AI. So two interesting use cases. It's Manager Bot MVP shipped in 8 weeks and Money Bot in 6 weeks, while 65% of Cash App support cases now use AI. More interestingly, Square AI has answered hundreds of thousands of seller queries since launch, providing differentiated insights that competitors like formerly said Stripe or even PayPal cannot match because they don't have similar first-party data. So that's the competitive mouth play. Now, last but not least, is the economic opportunity. Most companies today still view AI as make existing work cheaper. Smarter companies ask, what can we do now that we couldn't do before? Let's think of a few examples. So could be customer support. So it might go from reactive to predictive. So flagging issues before customers actually call. That's the best customer service that you could ever wish for. Product, from guessing to data-driven. So AI helps analyze customer feedback at scale, and you get insights before any problem or product request emerge. There's finance, so from retrospective to real time. So forecast and manage risk continuously, for example. And this is no longer about efficiency. This is about the business model transformation. Example here could be Ramp, which has recently introduced Ramp Sheets, which is basically an autonomous AI spreadsheet editor. And it's kind of a fundamental shift in how financial professionals are approaching, modeling and analysis. So they built this internally, but right now they are allowing for other companies to use it. And just after 3 days post-launch, the product is already getting a lot of traction, both from VCs and from others, because it allows you to produce complete production-grade financial models from a single natural language prompt. So RAM kind of tested this internally, saw that it works, and built it into a product, not only a capability. So with that in mind, this is exactly what keeps me focused in a good way, obviously. The companies that will dominate 2027 and beyond, of course, again, are the ones that are betting on AI to replace humans. They're not the ones ignoring AI either, as we just find out. They're the ones that got disciplined about AI in the throng. And they ask the hard questions, right? So where does this actually work? What do we need to do to work it at scale? How do we build a system that gets better over time? And by the time everyone else figures this out, these companies will be 80 to 24 months a head start. And that's, again, no longer just operational advantage. This is strategic positioning. And in this stage, it's very important to understand what will separate, the winners from the losers, or survivors from the winners. Winners understand that the trough of disillusionment isn't a valley you cross, right? It's a filter. And the companies will emerge not only smarter, they're more disciplined, they're more honest about constraints, and they most importantly connect capability, which is basically AI or LLMs, and business outcome. And this brings us to the power moves, which basically has three parts. Part number one is about stopping to being on the defense and start building. So the key focus here should be not to argue AI into relevance or irrelevance. You need to prove by building the system that actually work because they respect human expertise. So whatever project or product you do, you need to answer, could pure AI have done this? Why or why not? More importantly, decision number two is to move from cost center to growth engine. So whatever your function is, this applies universally. So in the old days, or the old positioning, is that we're spending X on XYZ function, right? The new positioning is all about we're enabling specific business outcome that wasn't possible before. Again, you can recall examples from either Stripe, Ramp, or Block. And this is not only reframing, it's kind of a repositioning your entire value proposition, which moves from the conversation from the CFO, which is basically cost control, to the CEO, which is growth enabling. And that's a completely different story. And last but not least is about building in public. You have heard that before in startup communities, I guess, on social media, but this is equally important here as well. And again, you don't need to be defensive about the challenges. You have to be transparent. You need to talk about where pure AI fails, what hybrid approach is all about and why it works, and what you learned from this, which shows credibility. And this positions you not only as an expert, but as a thought leader and authority, while everyone is still guessing. With that in mind, I want to repeat again, we are in the trough. So the hype is fading, the easy money has been made and lost. What's coming next is discipline. The companies that will dominate their space in 2027 and beyond are the ones that bet on AI, purely replacing everything. They are the ones not ignoring AI either. They are the ones building an orchestrated intelligence, combining AI speed and scale with human judgment, expertise, and contextual understanding. And you guys, I believe, are positioned for this perfectly because you understand the constraints, you know what works and what fails, you have domain expertise, you understand your business, you have relationships and credibility. So the real opportunity, once again, is not in the high phase, although money has been made in this phase as well. It's in what comes after, the unglamorous, disciplined work of building systems that actually work. And that's exactly where the winners are going to make their fortunes. So my wish and ask for you all is let's build something that lasts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linus. Fantastic. We now know that some people are gaining in fintech through generative AI, but it's not a magic pill. We do have many questions to you on YouTube, I believe. We have 2.5 times the audience on YouTube right now compared to Zoom. So let's give the YouTubers a priority. Jan, what's the most interesting question that you see on YouTube right now?
Excellent. Yeah, so first of all, it was a great introduction, both from Bryan and now from Linus. So thanks a lot for all this. There's a lot of vibe. We have almost 250 to 300 people watching on YouTube right now. And Natalia asked one question or comment. She asked whether companies use AI only unedited workflows to translate software UI, and if so, whether they add legal disclaimers informing users that the UI has not been human reviewed? I think this is a question.
That's a very
maybe-
specific question. I know that only Natalia could have asked that.
You know her. Okay, excellent. So I'm not sure if this is something we want to pass on to Bryan, who's maybe one of the people who can answer that, or how
Anything
you want
for Linus right now on YouTube, perhaps something more pertinent to fintech.
to fintech right now here from our channel. We do not have anything. I think Linus was very impressive in his conversation, but I'm sure a question will come up.
Hema, maybe a question from you.
Yeah, so from the model building side of things, what would you ask? What would be your wish in fintech? What are we getting completely wrong at the output of the models?
I wouldn't say that we're getting wrong, because we're getting what we are inputting, right? So like garbage in, garbage out. So I think in fintech, at least I have not seen disastrous cases. What I have noticed, and I think wrote about it yesterday, is that more and more companies are realizing that they need to bring more and more operations in-house and more of the AI capabilities in-house. Fact of the matter was from Revolut, because they not only want to have more control, but they also want to decrease the cost. And ultimately, if you outsource your core functionalities, then obviously you have a lot of risk to tackle, and that's not usually the case that you want to have in fintech, right? So my wish number one would be that more and more fintechs, especially maybe legacy players like banks, right, would actually use AI in the real world, because there were some hilarious cases where a bank says, so we have a robot that does investing for you, and that's not a robot. That's basically just an if function where you say, I want to invest, I don't know, in technology sector, and they just distribute your portfolio across ETFs. That's not AI, right? I want the real insights based on my data or your proprietary data that I cannot find everywhere else. Because I mean, I could easily ask the same question, ChatGPT. So that's number one. And number two, I think there's a lot of capability that companies could leverage because they have a lot of proprietary data. So the example, again, could be Ramp that has Ramp sheets, could be Block that's using this internally, or the same, Revolut, where they are basically leveraging AI in every possible way to streamline operations.
Not always in localization. Revolut's localization still has a lot of human oversight.
Let's hope for proprietary data to be open one day so that we can make better models.
All right, to wrap it up, we're running with a 10-minute decollage. I think it's manageable for everybody. 10 minutes is not half an hour. Linus, I noticed in your presentation that you kind of promote the idea for the localization team to become a profit center. And guess what? Some people in our industry are doing exactly that. To give you an example, Uber's localization team has become basically a translation technology company, which provides services outside of Uber. So you can go to Uber for, I don't know, a taxi ride, but you could also go for AI localization solutions, which is interesting. And the same thing has been happening in the gaming space with some of the teams, and in the clinical trial space with, I think IQVIA is looking in that direction. I might be wrong. So this is exactly that. Final quick question. In fintech, would you consider using automated translation or human translation for your newsletter to get it through to the audiences in China, Spain, maybe not Spain, but Latin America, those kind of places? What do you think? What is the opportunity for localization in fintech with AI in 2026?
Yeah, I would try to practice what I preach. So I would use definitely, localization, but with human oversight. I think because the key thing, what I don't want to do, and that, I mean, there were many companies or many people that approached me that wanted to translate, my work or help me. What I don't want to lose is my, my voice and the way I talk or write, right? So that's why I wouldn't purely trust AI. I would like to review it and make sure that's followed my I don't know, brand voice guidelines or whatever. So yeah, I would practice what I preach. So AI capability plus human judgment.
Thank you very much for your presentation and your time with us. I hope you now will learn a little bit from what our industry has to say. Thank you, Linus.
Thank you.
Much.
All right, with this, I would like to invite on stage Olga Beregovaya and Ashish to speak about the big tech trends and agents and how this new thing can be implemented into the AI workflows. Olga, are you with us?
I
I
absolutely
missed you from the last season's edition, right? We've been co-hosts together, and now you're running all the Fireside chats.
Well, baby steps. Okay, so Konstantin, shall we go?
Go ahead. You have the usual time. We will push the agenda 10 minutes, so as usual.
Wonderful. And I see Ashish is here.
Yep.
Hello, Ashish. Yes. So we will be talking about agentic AI on a broader scheme of things. We will be hearing directly from one of the biggest developers of equally generative AI and agentic workflow, that being Google. And it is my pleasure to introduce Ashish Chauhan, who is one of researchers and engineers on the Google GenAI team. And we will be talking about agents and what agents mean, again, in the broader scale and in the overall world of AI. And then towards the end of the conversation, we'll also touch on, okay, what does it actually mean for natural language processing? And what does it actually mean for our industry? So, Ashish, I will actually share a couple of slides here. And the stage is yours for a few minutes to introduce yourself and introduce agents at Google Cloud. Okay, you ready?
Yep. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Olga. Hello, everyone. This is Ashish. I work as an AI customer engineer at Google Cloud, based out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. I have almost a decade experience in language and vision. Looking forward for this chat.
Okay. So what we'll be talking about is putting the best Google AI technologies to work. And we'll talk about development, and we'll talk about the discovery process, and we'll talk about the actual deployment platform. So for me to introduce Ashish, again, Ashish, as he said himself, is AI customer engineer, past 2 years working as Google Cloud and helping startups adopt Google Cloud AI. So I would imagine it's equally startups and those who just embarking on their agentic journey. So Ashish has experience building AI systems in language and vision, again, as he just mentioned. And before Google, he has worked with Microsoft Azure, again, as a startup support engineer, helping customers adopt AI and improve efficiency. So I would say we could not get a better speaker to share, again, the broader landscape with us and talk to us about what agents are and what they can do in general and for our industry. So again, Ashish, back to you.
Yep. So I think as we were discussing before this, more on the AI side, AI adoption, it seems like the next set of years, according to Andres Karpathy, who is a researcher as well, seems like it's going to be a decade of agents, right? So if we look back for past 4 years, as Olga mentioned, I was also at Azure, so was kind of playing the part of adopting OpenAI models in 2021 and 2022 by Microsoft, and they were coming up with a new model service called Azure OpenAI Service. So we found by 2021 that we are going to hit the performance of models at certain extent, right? There are some drawbacks like the recency bias. It has been trained, let's say, since till July data, etc. As well as if you look at GPT-3, I'm not saying I'm at Google, so I'm not saying like OpenAI models are bad. I'm saying that if you look at those models in 2022, you'll notice that even if you ask a question like 9 into 7, 9 multiplied by 7, it probably needs more chain of thought version of how to do so, right? So now we are at a stage after model reaching to its performance, and it is growing. Like if you look at Gemini 3.0, it's quite agentic and much better in terms of performance before. But I wanted to highlight, where did we reach? Like, what is agentic, right? How did we reach here, right? So the first was model training. As we all know, GPT-3 was introduced, which kind of started the generative AI era for developers. I think it was introduced in 2020, right? Then we also saw ChatGPT, which revolutionized all the mechanisms of how we retrieve or how we reach to the information, right? So what we've noticed is, then RAG came, Retriever Augmentation Generation, which is a meta paper, uh, which told like you can actually extend these capabilities through different knowledge bases, right? And now we are at a place where we are talking about agentic. There are different ways of looking at it, but I follow Dr. Andrew Ng's method, where he talks about how agentic any system is, rather than building agents and the talk of the town being agents, right? He has also mentioned in his course called Agentic AI in Deep Learning, where he has given one, I think it's the third slide, which I always kind of tell my customers, is how autonomous your agentic system is, a better way of putting it, right? So in middle, we are at right now in the middle, right, where we are moving from rule based, I would say RPA, like robotic process automation, to more on the system deciding on which tool to call when, right? uh, and the hope is, in next few years, and that's what I'm again reflecting that slide, in some time we will be moving towards agentic systems making decision of creating new tools, calling new tools, and knowing all these on their own. So I think that summarizes where we are as of now. We can discuss more if you want, Olga. We can deep dive into it.
Okay, as I think we should. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, here I am. So, Ashish, let's take a step back. And a lot of us are technical, a lot of us are non-technical, a lot of us talk to non-technical stakeholders about implementing agentic processes. Let's take a step back and explain what is an agent and what are agentic processes and agentic AI in layman terms.
Sure. So I think in layman terms, I would say anything or any system that has the privilege and that can make a good decision, that is agentic. Uh, Again, I would stay away from using the words agents, right? So I think if someone comes to me and asks me as a business owner, how can agentic systems help them? I would say it could be like a I'm from India, so let's say I'm talking to a shopkeeper in India, right? And we will discuss about the enterprise use cases as well, but just giving you some easier versions of looking at it, right? So if I go to them and I ask them, hey, do you want to know what has been last 2 months of most sold products, right? So they might think about hiring someone, right? Like a junior employee, right? So I feel like we are at a stage where we are moving from a place where these agentic systems would be able to give you these analysis, right? Depending on different types of extensions. When I say extensions, as I've already mentioned, these models are having a recency bias. They may not be good in calculation. They are now, but there could be a lot of API or data that they need to provide you with the final information. So I would say it could be your junior employee, right? An agentic system could be your employee. I'm not saying that that employee would be able to do all your job, but if you are hiring someone, you will dedicate an hour or some time to tell them, to inform them to do how to do these things. If you dedicate that with your agentic system, they will get smarter and better on doing their job. Overall, I would say it's like a junior employee which can do simple jobs for you. But I would also recommend looking into those results and always checking the ground truth.
I actually have a question. Let's dig a little bit into the vernacular. And there is a question, I think, that would naturally stem from all the conversations and everything we read about agents and agentic AI there. So if you say my agent is a junior employee, is there any fundamental difference between agent standalone agent, that junior employee, agentic workflow and agentic systems, and then agentic orchestration. Is it a natural evolution, and is there any difference between them?
Yeah, I think if you so that requires more about first defining the key components of agentic systems. I would say the brain is the model, right? Andres Karpathy has been saying this 4 years or 5 years from for now, that uh, the LLMs are going to be the operating system of future. And if I think about the new glasses being the form factors, right? Like Humane came with the AI pin, I think, in 2023, right? So the form factor of using these phones is going to move towards different, I would say, form factors, right? So having said that, so the brain would be LLMs, right? The ones who are going to make decisions. I'm not saying all the decisions, but in general, those are the ones. Then there would be different knowledge bases, extensions to those systems, right? So that's another key component. The third is more about orchestration. So Google has published launched a new open source agentic AI framework called Agent Development Kit. So it's getting a lot of traction. If I'm not wrong, it's the second most used module, even though it has been published just a few months ago. But having said all these things, I think the orchestration part you're mentioning is more about one part of that agentic system where all the orchestration is done. It could be done by ADK, it could be done by LandGraph. It's quite famous. Crew AI has been very famous. Well, while I've been talking to my customers, right? So that's like orchestration. When it comes to workflows, uh, I think it's more about taking different tasks together. To give an example, I'm working with a supply chain. I'm working with a startup which is helping a lot of supply chain coming out of Asia to automate a lot of document processing, where because human beings also, if you listen to Perplexity's CEO, Arvind Srinivas, he'll say humans don't ask good questions, right? That's why he's trying to build those systems, it seems like. So if the same job has been done by 10 people, right, there could be like 5 people making decisions, which is making the system more inefficient, right? So that's already there, like human inefficiency that we add by adding more layers, more hierarchy, more taking care of our insecurities in my opinion. But overall, these systems can be actually automated with a good thought process, good understanding of the process of workflows coming together, decision making. And the same job could be done by 2 people if we have those agentic workflows. So all sorry, I step back, like I take that back. May it be done by less number of people, right? Because I use that term 10 to 2. I'm not sure if we can add 5 times efficiencies of now, but definitely a lot of efficiency can be added. So agentic systems, agentic workflows, agentic orchestration. Hope it answers the question.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. Now, again, and by the way, you mentioned all of my professional crushes, starting from entering. But that aside, so you come from Google. Tell us a little bit about what's new and what's special, in your opinion, about the Google Gemini-powered agentic workflow. What's groundbreaking? What's the latest? What should we pay attention to, learn from, and deploy?
Uh, I think I should start giving responding to this query by telling that I moved here 2 years, 2 months ago, right? There was no Gemini here. There was no Google Gemini. Azure OpenAI, or OpenAI was the king of the world, if I may. All my at Microsoft colleagues were like, "You're doing a big mistake. Google is behind, and it'll go more behind." But to answer your question, right? I think why Google? To begin, I would say Google is the only vertically AI integrated company in the world. I repeat, Google is the only vertically AI integrated company in the world. I don't have to give the margin of chips, which is like GPUs, and we have TPUs, which is called tensor processing units. We've been investing in it for more than a decade, right? So we don't have to give that margin to anyone. We do have NVIDIA GPUs. We do serve and have those GPUs within our ecosystem, but we also have our in-house baked, chips. It's called application-specific integrated circuits, right? Now, that's the first part. Then DeepMind, it's also Google DeepMind's number of, I would say, the researchers at Google DeepMind are the most, like, you'll notice that Google DeepMind has 4 or 5 school of thoughts. They're all been accelerating in different directions very quickly, right? We are just talking right now about generative AI, right? But if you read the paper levels of AGI from Google DeepMind, there are 5 different levels. We're just talking, the talk of the town is one level. But if you look at the other level, other school of thoughts, Google is leading there already, right? So I would say the chips, the model, and since agentic systems can take some actions, if you think about integrations, like, hey, can I want to go to Denver tomorrow? Can you help me with some form of scheduling this meeting with someone, right? Now, that means that you need access, or that agentic system needs access to calendar, or those kind of extension. Where do you get them? Either Microsoft or Google, right? So if you think about that end-to-end output, which is a token, which takes chips, GPUs, TPUs, right? Energy, right? And what else? Yeah, I think these are the two requirements. I think Google has optimized that for past 20 years, and you'll get the cheapest tokens now, as well as the more we go further, probably more.
Thank you.
That's by Google. Yeah. I hope it answers the question.
Thank you. And obviously, cheapest tokens is top of everybody's mind, right? We want to make sure that the ROI is there. Now, talking about ROI, that question, let's drive it to the practical applicability. And you work across different verticals. So 2 questions. How mature do you think the space of agentic AI is right now? And in which industries, and that's something we obviously want to learn, right? Which industries have you seen the shiniest successes with? So the maturity of the space, and which industries really have nailed it and got it right?
Yeah, that's a great question. I work with startups, so I'll give that picture about my experience here for 2.5 years. If you imagine any unicorn that has been at Google Cloud, which is in general the case, right? They're all my customers, right? So if I were to respond, I think coding has been one part where we have noticed a lot of traction. Agentic systems getting very good at it. Um, if you read a code, try, error, all those exception handling, which we never wrote, especially building POCs, you'll find those best practices already baked into your POC code. So that's one. When it comes to the industries, I've noticed retail and e-commerce are the ones who are adopting left, right, and center. I can see not just the customers who would want to use it, but a lot of startups coming into the this domain where they're building agentic system to improve customer experience for your customers. Retail, let's say I was talking to a customer yesterday. They are helping e-commerce websites to create content on how to use a new product, on how to sell a new product, on how to send an email to the local, like, who could be your, everything could be done with agentic systems, right? So I think retail has been an adopter. It's easier for them to adopt as well. I notice healthcare is a little, little skeptical, because I'm also noticing a lot of other healthcare startups who are going all in with agentic system. Apart from that, retail, financial systems. If you look at a lot of not just into the banking systems, but even if you look at any form of, I would say, like I think Linus was mentioning about block, etc. earlier, right? So I think finance domain is also adopting agentic AI pretty quickly.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. And there's so much I would love to talk to you about, but I'm surprised I'm not getting any signals from Jill and Konstantin that we're running out of time. And
we can make the signals easily.
Yeah, but I mean, there are so many questions I would love to ask you. Maybe one last generic question, and then I really would love to spend a few minutes and drive it home to our universe of global content delivery. So first, a couple of minutes. What are the points of failure and how to mitigate them? right? It's probably not all shiny and perfect. There are obviously things, and we all know this famous, or is it infamous study about 95% of AI implementations not being that successful. So in your experience, what to look out for? What's your word of wisdom for us who are just starting?
Yeah, sure. I think, as I mentioned, I've been in this ecosystem for a decade. I would actually share an experience where we deployed an action detection model. Actually, we did pose estimation back in 2019. There was no action detection, so we implemented that with a lot of pre-processing and post-processing. Where if there is a camera looking at a ride, let's say, right? I'm giving you actually the use case here. There's a ride which could be dangerous if the guest is not following all the safety instructions. So there are like 8 cameras around, right, and focused on some, uh, I cannot give more information, but let's say focused on some ride, right? Now that pose estimation was used to build a safety layer on top of the monitors or human manual monitoring team, which was taking care of the safety of, let's say, 5 6 people, actually 8 people together, right? Now, uh, it took us, I think, 1.5 years. So yeah, so how, like, I'll also give a computer vision quick 30-second download, right? How do you train back then? How do you do that? You take, let's say, pose estimation was a paper in 2019, but you take YOLO for YOLO, which is like an object detection model. I think it was version 7. You can use that with transfer learning for your specific data, for your specific use case, and then deploy it. But it used to take 2 to 3 months for, like, labelers to label it, then a month and a half or 2 months to implement it. And then we realized, oh, it's the performance is not that great. Then we again asked the labelers to come in, and so there was like a process of almost a year just to reach to a place where the customer was like, okay, this sounds good, let's deploy in Kubernetes and on edge, right? Now, you just need an API. I'm working on Gemini 3.0 with some computer vision use cases. I can tell you it's so good. Like, it's multimodal nature. It's so good that you don't need anything but prompting for like 4 5 hours for in general. So that 2012 to 2022, right? That could have been a place where I was skeptical. Is it going to work? Once I deployed this 1.5 years of hard work, if they come up with a new use case, just add a little bit of to that use case, I'm again training the whole pipeline, right? That has been gone. Now the challenge is, yes, there is nothing. So this is important. I wanted to mention this. Now you need an API, five, let's say 2 days of work to just reach to that POC, point of, proof of concept. Having said all these things, I think, yes, it's not hunky dory. I do see a lot of tool calling problems where the model is not able to call tools exactly and all, right. But I do see a lot of customers who have already deployed their agentic systems and it's working. So yes, it's not hunky dory. I would say most of the conscious big tech is now focused on agentic. So I think I'm very hopeful next year. But that doesn't mean, like, a lot of agentic systems are already working. In fact, within Google, we have a lot of agentic systems that have automated a lot of internal processes.
So much. And you just said Gemini 3.0, and I mean, we could easily spend an hour just asking you about that one, because obviously that's the talk of the town. A couple of minutes. So you mentioned in the beginning when we're introducing the session that you've equally worked in vision space, computer vision space, and language. So where, in your opinion, do you see agentic systems and agentic processes being applicable to natural language processing and global content delivery? What are the first use cases that come to your mind?
I think, to answer, I mean, this is the name of the the talk, right? Localization. I've come from India. We have another few set of models now which are helping our users in India. But imagine, uh, there are like 30 plus languages within India, right? Now, one language may be having a lot of information that cannot be used to other, right? So if I think philosophically, a lot of content that has been created in German may not have been created in, let's say, Albania. I was in Albania recently, right? So So if you think about those fundamentals that could be taken from all these different universes, taken in together and try to create new hypotheses for research, etc. That's one use case. For example, a lot of maths comes from different parts of the world, and a lot of physics come different. If we integrate both of them, that could be very useful. So that's one. A lot of knowledge sharing from different languages. The second is you use to you create one content, now you can deploy it in different languages, right? In fact, if you look at the recent podcasts, etc., you'll notice even the lip syncing of that translation of that vision, the words that they're choosing in those translations are quite matching with your lip syncing. So we're almost there, right? So I think these two use cases could be quite useful when it comes to translation and natural language processing that could be localized into different systems. And there could be a lot of other natural language processing use cases, but this is the one I would prefer when it comes to localization.
Sounds like in many cases it's already our day-to-day, as you said. It's not even the future, it's there. Again, quoting Andrew Ng, he said, "We are not in the era of emerging AI, it's absolute AI 2.0. That's our reality. It's there, and it's equally there in our translation space." So, Konstantin, shall we open the floor to questions?
I'd like to push on with the next one to gain a little bit of time. If you
Okay.
like to say some wrapping words, I know Gemini 3.0 has rocked it. Gemini 2.5 even won on the benchmarks this year, so Google is doing well. The agents, do we adopt them? What is the takeaway for localization? Maybe, Olga, you could summarize.
I would probably summarize that. I mean, first of all, a lot of our tasks, back to Ashish's narrative, a lot of our tasks really can use that junior employee, right? Which would not, that junior employee could upload files for us, create jobs for us, right? And already does. That junior employee could do the basic math and run the P&Ls and evaluate the ROI on projects. So I think the use cases are infinite, and they're infinite, again, to Ashish's earlier point. It would be two directions: process automation, right? And delivering the best value to our customers or the best value to internal stakeholders if you're on the buyer side. And also the translation itself. Again, to Ashish's point, we've reached, and I think it's not even a pivotal point, we passed the pivotal point. We're equally multimodal scenarios, translation scenarios, they're there, right? And they're already a part of our reality. And again, with advances like, again, we are all curious and testing Gemini 3.0. The reality is there. There's one other thing that I really loved, Ashish, about what you said when you were talking about India. It is not only about translation. We're becoming the cultural ambassadors, right? It's not just translating words. It's also making sure that you share knowledge, and I love that part, and actually reflect cultural and geopolitical and locale specific phenomena. And Konstantin, you should have known better than giving me the stage. You know that I could
I love it when you're on the stage, Olga. But the time has come to an end. We're still in the 10-minute decollage. Thank you very much. And I would like to welcome on stage Marina Pantcheva, the rising star. Thank you, Ashish.
Ashish, thanks. That was brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Marina, ahoy.
I'm very well, thanks. Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you. We can hear you.
Okay, let me share my
the
screen.
The rising star, take it from here.
Yes, let me see. Let me know whether you can see my first slide.
Full speed ahead.
Can you see my first slide and the title?
Yeah.
Okay, so hello, everyone. My name is Marina Pantcheva, and I'm Director of Linguistic AI Services at RWS. And today, I'm going to break down for you the telltale signs of AI-generated language and talk about what reveals that a text has been generated by AI. But before we start, I must actually warn you about what is going to happen to you today at this talk. So look at this slide, look at this logo. There is an arrow which is hidden somewhere there. I'm giving you a couple of seconds to try to see the arrow. So whoever can see the arrow, please give me thumbs up. And whoever cannot see the arrow, please give me a thumbs down. Right? Okay, we have somebody who can see it. Okay, anyone who doesn't? Wow, you're really good. You're really good. So for those who didn't see the arrow and don't dare give a thumbs down, okay, here is the arrow, right? It is hidden here. So now for those who couldn't see the arrow, please now try to not see it, okay? Try to not see the arrow. It's impossible, right? Because once you have seen the arrow, there is absolutely no way you cannot see it, right? You just see it all the time. And this is exactly what will happen to you after this talk. Once I have told you about the giveaway signs of AI generated language, you will never be able to not notice them again ever. So now I'm doing a dramatic pause for those of you who would like to disconnect, because I warn you, after today, you will never be able to read LinkedIn and blogs the same way again, okay? So whoever doesn't want to get their morning reading spoiled, please disconnect. Fine. Now, for those who stayed, okay, for the brave souls who stayed, let's talk a little bit about the types of text that there are. So there are different types of text, and they feel differently to the readers, depending on what the purpose of the text is and what type of a text it is. So imagine we want to have a text describing a tiger lily. Tiger lily has nothing to do with tigers, except that it's orange. This is a tiger lily. If we want to have a technical description of the lily, some sort of a technical report or a manual or something like this, the text is going to feel like that. It's going to have no color. We don't need colors. It's going to have a lot of details. It will be focused on accuracy, on functionality, on precision. Okay, so that is a technical text describing a tiger lily, and it feels like this. Now, if we want to describe a tiger lily on a web page or in some sort of a product description or something like that, or, you know, website, then it's going to feel like this, right? You have more color, it's quite accurate, it's more shiny and polished, okay? Now, if you are a creative writer and you want to write a creative copy and a creative description of a tiger lily, then your text probably gonna feel like this to the reader, right? It is not accurate at all, but it gives this really strong and evocative sense of what a tiger lily is, right? Now, if you try to AI generate a description of a tiger lily in the form of a text, then it's most likely gonna feel like this. Okay, so excessively colorful, overloaded with details, sprinkled with subtle and actually not so subtle errors, which are hallucinations. We have striped petals, even a striped leaf. We have tiger tails instead of the stamens. We have claws and so on. And this is distinctively different from creative writing, right? Creative writing feels like the picture on the right-hand side, and AI writing feels like the picture on the left-hand side, right? And the picture on the left-hand side and that type of writing generally goes under the name of AI slop, right? So what is the problem with AI slop? This sort of over-embellished language that contains subtle and not so subtle errors. Well, let's step back a little bit and talk about writing again from the point of view of cognitive abilities versus performance. There is generally a relationship between writing performance and the cognitive abilities and the talent of the skills of the writer. Normally, the higher the abilities are, the higher the writing performance is, right? So it's like, let's say it's not a line, it's a range, okay? So if we have a writer who is very skilled and very capable, then the text produced by this writer is going to be above the, let's say, average mediocrity line of writing. Okay, so highly skilled writers, highly intelligent writers, they produce writing that is high on the performance scale. Now, if we have a less talented writer who is not particularly capable or skilled at writing, then the writing of this person is generally going to be under the average mediocrity line. What happens with AI is that AI can help to lift the performance relative to the skill. So even if we have a less talented person who writes using AI, then the writing performance of that person can rise above the mediocrity line. So AI helps go beyond, like exceed the average writing performance, no matter what the skill, the underlying skill is. Now, what does that mean? So let's look at the two performance lines, one which is brain only, relationship between cognitive abilities and performance, and the other one is writing using AI as an assistant or as a writer. So this basically means that when somebody who is less talented writes on their own, their performance is gonna fall somewhere along those lines, okay? If that person uses AI, then the performance is gonna be uplifted. Okay, now notice that this is going to be at the same level as the performance of a skilled individual who is writing without the use of AI. So the performance of the not particularly talented person using AI will be the same as of a talented person not using AI, which is fantastic, because then we have AI make people appear smarter, more capable. So a not particularly capable person will appear as not so capable. That's good news, but it's not always good news, because what can happen is actually the opposite. Now, imagine we have a very capable person who has produced a text, but this text sounds like AI written, okay? Then the reader of this text mentally adjusts downwards, and they think like, this reads like AI. So AI has been used. So that corresponds to the level of an unskilled writer who has used AI. So the readers conclude that the writer is actually not particularly capable. In other words, when a skilled person writes a text and this text carries an AI flavor, then this person is perceived as being less smart. And this is not just hypothetical. In fact, it happens. Recently, a new piece of research came out by the Stanford Social Media Lab, and the researchers there interviewed lots of people, and they found out that AI-sounding text make people think less of their colleagues, of the creators of the text. So when people were asked, what do they think about a writer who produced content that sounded like AI generated? 54% rated the writer as less creative than they thought before, 50% less capable, 49% less reliable, 42% less trustworthy, and 37% less intelligent. So this is the proof, if somebody, no matter how talented they are, produces a text that sounds AI generated, then the reader will perceive the writer as being less intelligent. In my personal opinion, it's not that much about intelligence. It is more about the effort that a writer puts in writing, right? So if you look at it as a total effort required to write a piece of text, some writers invest very little. They just invest energy in writing the prompt, and then they let AI generate the rest, and the rest is usually AI slop. Some writers put like really very little effort, and then there is a lot of AI slop. And other writers put a lot of effort, and then there is a bit less AI slop, right? Some writers do something else. They write the prompt, they let AI do the text generation, and then they edit the AI output, which is very good. Some edit more, some edit less. But the right way to use AI is actually to collaborate with it. Don't use it as a writer, but use it as a collaborator. So ideally, the human author should use AI to brainstorm, to gather information, to have it generate ideas or answer questions and so on, and only then write the text. Or, even better, collaborate with AI and then use it to assist you in drafting the text and then edit the final copy. Because after all, AI isn't a writer, it's a writing assistant. Okay, but if you really, really need to use AI to generate content because of scale or because of some other reason, here is what you need to do so that people don't think you're less smart than you are. Number one, know exactly what you want to say. Have a clear and precise message which is included in the prompt, because first comes the content and then comes the content and the meaning, and then comes the linguistic expression of that meaning. Then know what to avoid. So there are specific AI telltale signs that reveal that AI has been used, and you should add instructions to the prompt for the AI to avoid them. Now, what are those telltale signs? They fall in three categories. One is lexical, the other one is syntactic, and the third one is semantic. And by the way, I was making those slides with my little girl next to me, as always. It was Sunday, we were decorating the house for Christmas, so I'll count with some childish elements in the slides, right? Just so that she has some fun as well. Now, let's look at the giveaway signs. First, we will start with the lexical giveaway signs. The typical one and the one which is easiest to spot. Inflated cliches and buzz phrases. We've seen them so much. I'm sure you'll recognize them. Verbs like resonate, elevate, navigate, my favorite, leverage, challenge. Then we have adjectives, seamless and profound and robust. And then we have the phrases turning point and navigate the complex landscape, unlock or unleash limitless potential, and the rapid advancement of technology. I know you know them. Okay. Interestingly, AI writing is full of nouns and adjectives, and humans typically use more verbs. This is why we're also more sensitive to the AI verbs such as navigate and elevate and delve. Yeah. This is easy. Lexical telltale signs. These words are easy to spot, but there are other signs which are not so easy to spot. So I want to walk you through them, right? I really want to destroy your morning coffee as you scroll to your LinkedIn feed. So the syntactic signs. Let's move to them. Okay. AI-generated text is quite monotonous when it comes to structure. Sentences have similar length and they follow a very monotonous pattern. So you would have like statement, then statement, then statement, then a rhetorical question, an answer, and statement, and statement, and statement, and rhetorical question and answer. Human writing is not like this. Human writing has this mix of short and long sentences with different structure and a lot of variation. This actually has a term, it's called burstiness. So human writing has a lot of burstiness and it is naturally inconsistent, but AI writing is unnaturally consistent. And of course, AI labs know about it. So they're trying to break this monotony of the unnaturally consistent AI syntax. And what they came up with and what is appearing a lot is something called fronted focus. So fronted focus is when you place a single keyword or a very short phrase in the beginning of as a pseudo question or an attention grabber. And then this is followed by some longer explanatory sentence. For example, the outcome, a burned out localization team with no clear roadmap. Words, they shape perception, but rarely caption intention. Translation, oh, it's only a piece of a much larger puzzle. Okay, so that is fronted focus. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it, so now you have the term for it. Another favorite rhetorical device for AI-generated content is the rule of three. Now, for some reason, people think that when ideas are presented in three, they feel more memorable or more engaging. And AI knows this rule all too well and it uses it everywhere. So it uses three phrases, three verbs, three adjectives, and so on. Let me give you examples. Imagine a system that is learning from your feedback, your tone, your choices, and using that to make every next job smoother. Or this is an intelligent assistant that lightens the load, respects the translator voice, and improves continuously based on real-world feedback. And AI knows this rule so well that sometimes it goes fractal. So it takes three elements, and the third one has another three elements embedded in them, and the third one has another three elements embedded in them. So it's turtles all the way down. For example, it's not just about innovation. It's about 1, narrative, 2, cultural adaptation, and 3, the uneasy intersection of 1, AI, 2, governments, and 3, perception. And you can imagine how this goes. Okay. So next one. Actually, this next sentence, the last sentence, has another favorite syntactic structure of AI, and it's called contrastive focus. It's not about X, it's about Y. It's ubiquitous. I think I see it like in every paragraph, or maybe I'm just reading the wrong blogs, I don't know, but I see it everywhere. So it's not about working harder, it's about working smarter. And it's not a rebrand, it's a profound shift in value. And quality isn't just seen, it's felt in 1, every phrase, 2, every detail, and 3, every interaction, because we need to have the rule of 3 as well. Okay. Now, a related construction, a cousin to this contrastive focus, is another construction which is called comparative framing, okay? And it comes typically in the form, it's less like X and it's more like Y. And here X is some sort of a conventional expectation and Y is some reframed interpretation or what the author really wants the reader to adopt as an idea. So we have examples such as, Such new technology feels less like a breakthrough and more like a case study. And this feels less like US leading digital governance and more like a localized narrative experiment. And now there is a new trend appearing, which is again related to this construction. And the new trend that I see is using more than, simply more than. So OpenAI's rollout of GPT-5 is more than a model upgrade. It is a shift in how we think about digital work. And the punctuation, aficionados here probably noticed this comma splicing here. This is a comma which is used to connect two independent sentences. A big sin, really big sin. It actually happens when em dashes get bulk replaced by commas. So if you want to get rid of your em dashes in AI generated content, don't replace them by comma because this leads to comma splicing, and this is an unpardonable sin. Okay, use full stop or semicolon, right? Now, we have another construction that I'm sure you've seen a lot, and it's called contextual framing. And it starts with a clause that is introduced with S. And this sets some context or some condition. And then we have the main sentence, which explains what happens under those conditions, right? So we have things like, as the GenAI era takes shape, organizations in the lock industry face a growing challenge. Or as AI continues to reshape the industry. Shape is one of the favorite words of AI, by the way. Or as GenAI evolves at an unprecedented pace, right? So I'd say most conference proposals start this way. Okay, next one, semantic. This is getting even more elaborate. Another telltale sign, this time from the area of semantics, is false ranges. And in false ranges, we have constructions from and to, but they don't lie on a continuum. So the extreme 2 points of that from to phrase actually do not define an axis of meaning. Let's read this sentence. From legal frameworks to sustainability reports, from PR campaigns to guest experiences, we shape content that speaks the language of 1, exclusivity, 2, precision, and 3, elegance. Okay, so now the question is, what connects PR campaigns and guest experiences? This structure from to implies some meaningful span, something is between them, but there is no real continuum on a semantic dimension that is defined by those two endpoints. So this is a false range, and it's abundant in AI writing. Another semantic feature of AI writing is a contrived and very artificial metaphors, which really weigh down the reader experience and understanding. For example, as AI graduates from buzzwork to bedwork, so we have contextual framing, we are seeing a profound shift in responsibilities. It's like comparing the fuel efficiency of a car that conks out halfway while ignoring the breakdown truck that has to tow you to your destination. I had to think about 4 minutes to get this, but the last one I'm actually still not getting. Our company doesn't just add dots to the map, it builds bridges across them. Your homework, guys, figure out what that means. What does this company actually do? I thought you connect the dots. I never heard about adding dots and building bridges between them. That's beyond me, right? So this is an example of abundant, contrived, and artificial metaphors. And again, using just a metaphor here and there, that is not a problem. Using the rule of 3, that is not a problem. The problem with AI writing is that those cumulate. So each of the rhetorical devices I showed you now is a valid stylistic tool. There's nothing wrong with it. The problem with AI is that they start accumulating. AI overuses them. You may get a metaphor in every paragraph, the rule of 3 all over, or the same construction repeated again and again and again. And this is a sign that AI has been used. Let me show you an example of contrastive framing till you drop. And this is a real example. I haven't made them up. These are actually things I've taken from the web, and I've modified them so that you can't just copy, paste, and find the author, right? So AI adoption comes slowly, not as a defeat, but as clarity. AI is powerful, but not perfect. Machines deliver output, but only humans bring 1, meaning, 2, nuance, 3, connection. The future isn't AI, us or AI, it's us with AI. So we have contrastive framing. AI adoption is not the end, it's the beginning. So you see how monotonous it is. And I swear, this was really the text I took. I didn't modify, I didn't change the structure, I just changed the words, right? Another example of cumulative signs comes here. As AI reshapes how Americans, 1, work, 2 show, and 3 communicate. One generation isn't just keeping pace, they are pushing the limits. So what do we have here? The rule of 3. Then we have contextual framing. Then we have contrastive focus. Okay. And this is just like not all the telltale signs, because that's going to take me half a day to walk you through all of them, but just to give you the taste and make you sensitive to those. So now that we know them, okay, what do we do? Well, we can prompt better from the start because we know what to avoid. So we can add targeted instructions to our prompt to reduce the risk that these accumulations of giveaway signs appear in the AI-generated content. And we can go even further, right? We can create prompts that really are faithful to our personal style as a writer or to our brand, and they also respect the audience. So we can define the brand tone in the prompt, provide context, provide examples of past human writing for AI to follow, include the style guide rules, not the whole style guide, please, just the extracted rules, add terminology, and so on. So a lot of effort has to go into the prompt. Sometimes so much effort has to go into the prompt that is actually faster to write the text yourself, right? And finally, the last step, and this is unavoidable, is humanize the AI output by having a person, a human. I'm hearing some music, very dramatic, but this is the end anyways. Having a human post-edit the final text and remove the telltale signs, and most importantly, do a proper fact check, because you can always have some tiger tails appearing as the stamens of a tiger lily. So if I am to give to you one message, and one thing that I would like you to take away from this is that AI just writes words. It's a text generating machine, just strings of words according to statistical probabilities. And it is the humans who write the meaning. Thank you very much. That was it. Kostya told me exactly 3 minutes, so we have 20 seconds more for question.
I don't know, I am trying to clap into the microphone.
Yes. Shall I stop sharing screen so that we can see?
No, you have a beautiful picture. Look at all the hearts and the applause flowing in. You did it again.
Thank you.
Marina, what I really like, before Hema comes on stage and asks you a proper question, I really like that you have in your email a tagline that you're writing without AI assistance. Anytime people see AI Slop these days, they stop reading, right?
I think so. I'm sometimes wondering whether the person who actually sent the email has read it themselves when it's AI Slop, because, you know, we can just copy paste whatever AI outputs, and you may not even know what email you have sent to the recipient.
So what about the pop? Did you productize making pop out of Slop? Is it something like a service that the localization team can now offer internally, like I'll make your writing look like human?
Not at this stage, but you're giving me a good idea. Yes, I mean, you know, RWS, we are working with content generation, and I've actually started collaborating with that team to do some research. And the end goal is, yes, we want to produce better content using AI, which is not characterized by the sloppiness of it, but it really talks to the readers. In fact, there is a, maybe it's gonna come as a question, but if it doesn't, I want to say that there is a bit of a kind of a logical shortcoming to my presentation. Let me stop sharing. There's a bit of a logical shortcoming to my presentation, and it's the following. You know, sometimes you may be reading a fully AI generated text, but because it's been done so well, you wouldn't know, right? So it is correct to say that if you read the text and you see the giveaway signs of AI being there, right, the syntactic signs, the semantic signs, this means that the text has been generated by AI. But if you read the text and you don't see those signs, that does not mean that it was generated by a human. It can still be generated by AI, but it was just very well done. And very well done means create your prompts properly, anchor them to the ground truth, provide as much context as possible, and avoid all those telltale signs.
Fantastic. Hema, Jan, do we have questions to Marina?
I
I'm sure
do.
there are.
I do. I can't open my video, so I posted my question on the chat, but I
Maybe
can.
you read it.
Okay, so that's probably something that I see in my kids already. So will the new generations become used to that kind of writing so that they don't see?
That was my concern as well. And I think to some extent, yes, but I don't think that the young generation will lose the ability to actually cherish well-written text. So maybe it's not going to annoy them so much, but when they then encounter a well-written text, they're going to be able to appreciate it. And I'm talking from experience. I have 3 kids. I always read for them. Once I was reading, we usually read very heavy literature. So once they asked me, let's stop reading such depressing things like Orwell and blah, blah, can we read something light? So I took a very light and I would say almost AI-generated book. It wasn't AI-generated. And they, after a while, said, no, let's go back and read something normal.
You read Orwell to your kids, right?
Sorry?
You read Orwell to your kids.
I do read Orwell to my kids, of course. So then I started reading Marquez, right? 100 Years of Solitude. And then my teenage kids said, I mean, they were actually at the age of 12 and 14 back then. They said, there is something really special with the language in this book. Like, it feels like every sentence hides a whole story behind it. It is so different and we like it so much. So then I realized that they know how to appreciate it. And I believe that this is part of the aesthetic feeling of humans' language, just like music and art, right? So I think that humans are not going to lose the capability to appreciate well done writing art. But maybe they'll get really less sensitive to the slop.
Yeah, so that's a brilliant future for my kids as well. I'll start reading them also Orwell that they can appreciate.
Yes.
Critical thinking for
Thank
the kids.
you.
Excellent. Jan, what about YouTube? You're on mute. You're still on mute. While Jan is reading, there we go.
No, sorry, it happens again and again. So, Marina, there's one question from Rauschen fans. Can AI copy one's writing style? If
Absolutely,
we provide
yes.
writing samples, how close can it get to one's style? 50%, 80%?
Well, I don't think you can measure it this way, but AI absolutely can copy the writing style. That's why I think you should put your writing, if you want it to sound like you should put your writing into your prompt, give enough examples. Or if you want to go really very fancy, fine tune your own small language model to write like you. But yes, AI is a very good imitator. Large language models are imitators. They have been actually trained as imitators. All they do is imitate human language, so they can just as well imitate the language of a particular user.
Perfect.
I mean,
Last
you know how you can write a recipe, for making brownies in a Shakespearean style. We know very well from Elena from Custom.MT, right? That was the pig talk. So yes,
She likes the Shakespeare stuff. Marina, quick last question, and then I'll do my machine gun style presentation. A recent study from Stanford says that AI detection tools are more likely to label non-native English speakers as AI generated.
Yes.
So what can you do to avoid that if you're a non-native English speaker? In one sentence.
Well, I don't know how you can avoid it. I know why that happens. This is because of the repetition that non-native speakers have. They use the same words over and over again. Their syntactic structures are not so rich. There is not that much variation and burstiness because they simply don't have that knowledge. This is what is being caught, exactly the things that I was talking about today. What I could do about that, I don't know. Maybe, if these tools are created with specifically for certain language combinations, like, I don't know, Chinese people.
I have an idea. What if we make more errors, right? Errors are not definitely a sign of a non-generated text. If you make more errors these days, you appear as being authentic.
Well, because, I mean, the science of AI language goes so deep that if you go back and sprinkle your text with typos, it will just sound like AI-generated text with typos. You have to do so much editing that it doesn't pay the effort. I think then it's better to just write the text yourself.
Better write it yourself. Thank you very much, Marina. Fantastic. Honor to have you with us.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Come back.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll probably skip the break, and I'll do my presentation in 9 minutes instead of 15, so that we can catch up on the schedule. Does everybody agree? Right? Yes, in the chat, or no, we need a break. Yes, perfect. So we're catching up on the schedule. Let's go. Community benchmark of quality estimation systems. If you don't know what quality estimation is, let me give you a quick briefing. This is an important study, right? We did it over 3 months. 3 minds of data analysts were broken in the process, and 16 organizations were waiting for a long time to get their results. So this was long in the coming. Quick preview. This is coming out today. So imagine you have machine translated stuff. This is Italian. I do not naturally speak Italian, but Elena proofread it for me. So about 60% of these 5 sentences are correct. But unless you review it, you don't know which ones, right? So no idea. You put a human to the task, a linguist, and then you see what's good and what's not. But if you review, it takes a lot of time, and you cannot actually automate it and push it through the system. So quality estimation is asking a second model to be the judge of quality, if it's good or not. And it's done by generating those scores on the right. So Hema, Jan, I'm not reading the chat right now. So if you see something important, let me know and come up on stage. Right. These scores, they are generated by the model. And if the score is good enough, and if you trust the AI judge of translation quality, what do? You don't send it to a human. You lock it as a 100% match, and you only send to the human what actually needs review. So this way, you're able to drastically reduce the scope of the review and thus increase the productivity of a linguist. At the moment, it's plateauing around 1,000 words, 1,200 words per hour, back from 250 words per hour 10 years ago. As Bryan said, productivity has increased 6 times. But with quality estimation, and if the machine translation is good, sometimes it's 60% sentences which are translated correctly. Sometimes it's 80% sentences which are translated correctly, depending on the language. You can use the AI judge to increase the productivity and cut the cost. But despite being around for 8 years, this technology has not been largely operationalized. People are still seeing the risk, and wisely so. It's not error-free, right? If you ask a model to judge a model, what do you get? Can you trust this, right? What is the best model to pick? And what impact on cost to expect? So we conducted a study. We invited everybody to come in, present us with 2 data sets, one with errors, one with correct segments, and see how the models detect this, right? So this is a pioneer benchmark, which is open, vendor independent, done without any money involved. Many people taken place. Some of them asked not to be named, but really good brands here. And we collected almost 8,000 sentences on which to base this analysis. We benchmarked 6 different systems, 2 large language models, OpenAI and Claude, and then 4 industry-specific models developed by professionals in our field. So with the 2 data sets, a second linguist looked at them, and we used excellent software from Human Signal called Label Studio Enterprise, where they could say if the translation quality is good or not by marking the stars here and provide comments. Then we looked at the correlation between the scores provided by the humans and the correlation of the scores provided by the machines. So how does it work? Right, this is how the data set looks like. I'm going fast, but hopefully we'll save time for 1 or 2 questions. Hema,
we already have one from a YouTuber. Do you want to take it now?
Questions? No, later. Let me push through
Okay.
this. Right, so this linguist 1 saying fit for publication, not fit, or good or bad segment. Linguist 2 given the scores. Then we calculated agreement if the linguists agree with each other, and then the agreement with the machines, to see in which languages and which domains you can trust the model and which ones you cannot. So if the model detects a mistake, we call it error detected. So this is a new terminology, completely new to the industry. We're skipping the precision and recall, only giving the scores to the participants. Let's use a simple terminology here. So if the model found the error which the human identified, we call it error detected. If a human identified an error, but the model didn't find it, said it's a good segment, then we call it slipped errors, right? So something which goes into live, your website, your document, without human review. Then if the model found a segment which is correct or labeled as fit for publication by the human, we call it captured benefits. And likewise, there's a benefits missed. And so the models that provide the score from 1 to 100 or from 001 to 1, depending on which model you ask, but basically from 1 to 100. And then to make sure that you're classifying correctly, you set a threshold. At which score do you consider it good? Normally, people consider 92 good, right? So you can move the threshold here, right? From the left into right, you can set it at 92. And we were playing around with this, found that if you go with rigid scores at 92, it doesn't work. You need to find the balance. As you can see, this is a performance from the model. So the lower your threshold is, you say the segment is good if it's scored 50 or more. Then you don't send anything to review, but all of the errors are getting in. You said, no, let's have a very strict threshold. You say 95. Then you detect almost all the errors, everything goes into review, but financial savings are minimal. And you don't win anything, so there's no point paying for the system and implementing it. It just burns the forest somewhere for the data centers, and there is no actual benefit for you. So you need to find the right threshold here. We were looking at how to find the right threshold, and so we got like the fixed approach, then an approach which catches at least 80% errors and then captures all the benefits that you can have, and came up with the third approach, which is weighted based on Kahneman's rule that you take risk only if the benefit is 4 times the risk, the reward is 4 times or more, and came up with weighted F1 score. So you can optimize for the threshold and find that the right threshold for you. As you can see here, we lower the threshold to less than 7, and then we get some of the benefits, but a lot of the errors are caught. The systems in the study perform differently, right? You can see that some of them catch more mistakes faster. Some of them only start catching mistakes when there is no benefit left. So you're looking for the system which gives you the highest benefits with at least 85–90% error score. And selection is actually really, really important. If you just go with basic settings without optimizing, without putting a person onto the task, the feasibility is very, very rare. You might just miss most of the savings that you can make. You need to optimize. So if you optimize, you can see that the benefits marked here in orange are much, much higher. This was the result. As you can see, if you do optimize, you can detect quite a few errors. It does work. And you can capture, in some cases, up to 80% benefits. 80% benefits, you need to multiply it by the percentage of segments which are translated well by machine translation. Let's say 60% machine translation does right. Then you multiply 80 by 60, and you get about 50% savings that you can get. In the model field, we got that large language models were leading. Particularly Claude was really good. But the problem with them is that they don't have any support. If something goes wrong, you don't have anybody to call. So there is a number of industry models which are more reliable. They provide more consistent output. Although the benefit is not as high as with LLMs. So you can make both of them work, but with Claude and OpenAI, you're left to your own devices. It's a do-it-yourself system, and with an industry system, you have somebody to call. And finally, I want to say that linguists were still better at detecting errors from another linguist, although not perfect, right? The correlation between one linguist checking another was like 70% of judgments were aligned. So this is a good correlation in the data analysis field, but imagine that what one person calls a mistake, another calls a correct translation. There's a lot of subjectivity. And these are professional translators that focus on their domain and work on this area for a long time. So subjectivity is a factor. Recapping, it works. You can use it, but you need to optimize. And the optimization starts with the threshold optimization, but then people we spoke to, they use many more tricks such as RAG systems for errors, domain fine-tuning, providing context, error-specific prompts, and multiple passes to get it going. With this, I thank you. So hopefully we gained up on time, and I'm ready to take some of your questions.
That was fast.
Yes, I don't know. Did I make it? No, I'm 2 minutes late. Oh my God.
No, you were brilliant. Otherwise, it would have been.
I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah. And we have 2 questions from the audience. One from YouTube. Someone was asking, in 2025, what does a score of 74% mean?
Well, it depends on you. You can set the threshold at 74 or 73 or 70, and then it would mean the translation is correct. Or you can set the threshold at 80, and then it would say that the translation is not correct. What it means depends on your optimization.
And then someone was asking, how was the LLM prompted to find errors?
Right. I skipped that slide. We had it here. This way, right? We gave it an indication of what each level means. Quite simple. You can be more detailed, and you can tailor the prompt to the LLM and get a higher accuracy if you are very, very focused on one and incremental.
So I think that there's another question. Can you share what quality estimation service from third-party vendors was the most accurate?
You mean from the industry specialists, or from the LLMs were a bit higher? So the number one in this scenario was Claude, but we'll share the full results and publish a paper eventually. So stay tuned. So I don't want to step on too many shoes because this is the first time it's made. We'll publish the results and take a look when it's online and shareable as a paper.
There are a couple more questions, but do you want to answer them in the chat so that we can?
Yes, I'll answer them in the chat. Let's see if the next session is ready.
I think so,
Kelly?
because I can see Kelly here, so probably we are ready to go. So yeah, that was a break. And we are now welcoming Kelly Marchisio from Cohere with us. She's gonna dive into our next topic, which is building multilingual LLMs. So all that you want to know on how to train your LLM. And she will guide us through the foundation and advanced consideration of training multilingual large language models, covering data, methods, challenges, and what teams should be thinking about as they build the LLMs for global audiences. So with that, I think we can get started. Kelly, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the introduction. I'm happy to be joining you here today from San Diego, California. It is day 1 of NeurIPS, which is one of the biggest machine learning and AI conferences in the world. So I am excited to be starting my morning with you in San Diego with this talk before I head off to the conference. I hope everybody can see my screen okay. I'm Kelly Marchisio. I am the multilinguality team lead and manager technical lead at Cohere. Cohere is well, actually, I'll give a little bit about my background, how I arrived here. I started my career at Google, where I was a web developer, learned a lot of my engineering chops there, then went to the University of Cambridge for an MPhil in computer science. I did my PhD at Johns Hopkins University, where I focused on machine translation and multilinguality. And then after that, I joined Cohere as an individual contributor. And about a year ago, I started leading this team. So what is Cohere? Cohere is a Canadian AI company that's focused on AI for enterprise. The flagship model right now is called Command A, and there are 3 variants. There's a reasoning model, a vision model, and then perhaps most relevant and interesting to this group is Command A Translate, which is our flagship translation model. And at Cohere, multilinguality is really core to what we do. So this is not an afterthought at Cohere. We really build in multilinguality from the very first steps of our modeling process and all the way into our heavy evaluation that happens before a model is released. These are the 23 languages that are currently supported by Cohere, and you can see that these cover a vast percentage of the global business context today. So we really work well with multinational companies that are looking to operate across various different cultural and linguistic contexts. Again, Command A Translate was released this summer. I'm excited to talk to you a bit more about this today. Command A Translate has state-of-the-art machine translation quality compared to our competitors like DeepSeek v3, Google Translate, Gemini 2.5 Pro. So I encourage you, if this is of interest, to check out the blog post below. We offer the actual model itself, and then we also offer a separate module called Deep Translation. And you can see that when this top part of the bar that's a little bit darker red is how our performance increases with this method that we call Deep Translation. So we have a technical white paper that's published. We've got a blog post, and I encourage you to check that out if you are interested in machine translation, which I think most folks here are. It's got industry-leading performance. You can fully control your data by private deployment. So that means if you are operating in a context where it is important that the data is not sent back to the provider, like you don't want to use an API, you don't want to use a UI, Cohere offers, amongst other folks in the industry, it's a somewhat unique capability that we can privately deploy, so you make sure that you maintain full data security. It can also be quantized to be deployable on a single GPU. And if you need some fine-tuning and customization support for particular languages, particular contexts, then we're able to do that for you. Okay, so that's a little bit about what we've actually produced, but the main meat of this talk is how we actually produce models such as Command A Translate. I will frame this talk as if you are an AI researcher or AI engineer on my team. We will talk about how we go through the processes of model development. Then we go into a more research-heavy environment when we're kind of between model cycles, and then back onto sprinting for model development. But if you're familiar with a lot of these ideas, maybe you've seen how a frontier lab works. I also have a section at the end that is directly aimed at AI researchers and engineers. For those of you in the room who that is your day-to-day job, I hope that you find that interesting. But even if you are not that close to how AI technologies are built, I hope it will be interesting to see how we're thinking. So keep an eye out for that at the end of the talk. Okay, so first, a very high-level overview of how multilingual LLMs are built. We start out with a pre-training phase. So this is where you are dumping in huge amounts of data, and we're just doing next token prediction. We then do post-training. So this is where a lot of the customization will happen, making sure that the model follows instructions well, making sure that the languages that you care about are really reflected well in high performance. Then we'll move on to thinking about deployment, and then some customer adaptation can also happen on top of a flagship model. And throughout this entire process, we are doing continuous evaluation at every step of the training pipeline. I would like to introduce you to the team of folks who work on multilingual LLMs at Cohere. So on this slide, you'll see members of my group, the multilingual core team at Cohere. You'll also see some folks here who are related to our group. So some folks from product, some on the annotation side. What's interesting about this group is it is one of the few groups that needs to really work across stack, because like I said, to do multilinguality well, it has to be done from the very first stages of model development. We have to think about it when we're planning how technically we are going to design a model. And we need to think about it throughout the entire process, all the way up to which annotators do we hire for what languages, what aspects of the model are they going to investigate, and everything in between. So what is interesting about this group is particularly the engineers have to be very flexible on what they work on. It could be that on 1 month they're working on one stage of the training pipeline, but then they need to be rapidly deployed onto a particular specific eval because something was going a little bit off. So it's an exciting place to be. It's a challenging place to be in that we really do need to insert ourselves into every stage of the training pipeline. But that said, the multilingual team is just a small part of what happens at Cohere. But really, to make multilingual modeling work well, everybody at Cohere has to work on multilinguality to some extent. So everybody at Cohere is well aware that even if they don't work on core multilinguality, that is what we do. So they're going to have to think about how whatever they're working on might affect other linguistic contexts. So if they're working on something that is going to work well in English, but it's obvious that it's going to break down once you switch out of the Latin script, once you go to Arabic or Korean or Japanese, they're going to have to rethink their technical approach to this, because at the end of the day, we produce multilingual models. So let's talk again at a high level about how this process is designed. First, we're going to choose our languages. Now, there are 3,000 living languages in the world. We would love to cover them all, but unfortunately that is not possible, both because it is not at this point in time technically possible to maintain high quality and cover all of the languages in the world in a single fixed size model. The other issue is that for a vast majority of languages in the world, there's simply not the training data to get this model off the ground in those languages. So we're going to have to be quite selective in this balancing process of what languages are we going to attempt to cover, how are they going to interplay with the other languages that we need to cover also. So it's trying to stretch ourselves into as many contexts as we can, but never dipping on that quality, always making sure that the mix of languages that we're going to choose is going to ensure that each language's quality is going to be kept high. We are next going to train our tokenizer. So for those who don't know what a tokenizer is, when text goes into an LLM, it needs to be split into trainable units, which we call tokens. So for instance, in English, we might have this sentence, I do not know how to speak 23 languages. Perhaps we would split this into tokens based on white space. So this would get spaced into 11 tokens. Or perhaps we might make the decision that we want to share tokens between many different words. So you can see here, like the word speak got broken up into S and peak. That means we can reuse that S token to be appended onto other words. We can reuse peak. At the end, you see GES. So that token, if we're not splitting on white space, that token GES can be reused to make other words. We also might make the choice that we're going to bridge over white space boundaries. So say that you know that there are going to be very common phrases like I do not know. You might make the technical choice that you are allowed to bridge your tokens over white space boundaries such that I do not know becomes one token. Now, we really have to think hard here because the tokenizer is going to be fixed size. As much as we would love to cover every word in every language, we're not going to have a 5 million size tokenizer for efficiency reasons and because all the tokens would become undertrained. So we're going to have to think about the balance between the number of tokens that we want to support, and that is going to influence how we need to break up the words. Now, say we have this Hindi translation of I do not know how to speak 23 languages. This is a real example from a pre-tokenizer from another group that splits this up into 21 tokens. The negative effect of this is that from an efficiency perspective, if you are trying to ingest or serve 21 tokens, you simply are waiting longer for that to be processed. If you are working with an LLM provider that is charging per token, Now on the English side, you paid for 11 tokens, but on the Hindi side, for the same semantic information, you paid for 21 tokens. You doubled your cost, so you can see why this then becomes unfair if the tokenizer is not adequately tuned to equally represent Hindi and English. This results in some languages being more expensive than others due to tokenization if this is not considered. So we do at Cohere, we think about how are we going to tokenize all the languages that we are going to eventually want to serve such that the cost will be fair, and we will also be maintaining quality in those languages, because there can be some quality degradation if you are blowing up a sentence into a lot of small pieces. Next, we've trained our tokenizer, and now we are going to start this pre-training phase. We are going to prepare huge amounts of pre-training data from public sources. We will synthesize some data ourselves. We will annotate some data if needed for particular language varieties. We will clean the data, make sure that we remove toxic segments. We will deduplicate, all in the process of preparing a really nice training corpus to set this foundation for training. We will also be thinking about the weights between the different languages. So the fact of the matter is that different languages are represented in different qualities on the internet. The English internet is huge, but the Swahili internet is quite small. So we are going to think very carefully about how we weight the different languages in the model such that we make sure that every language is well represented, but we also are maintaining high quality. That means that it will not be an even split of pre-training data amongst all the languages. We will really be going based off of how much of this can we pump into the model while making sure that what we are putting into the model is actually good. And then we will start our pre-training process. And then we wait and wait and wait. Sometimes this is for many months, depending on the size of the model and the amount of tokens that we are going to train on. But of course, while this is happening, we are not sitting idly. The many teams at Cohere will be very active during this waiting period, especially with research aspects, while we have a little bit of downtime before we hit the next phase of training. So one thing we will often think about, because the answer to this question is always changing, is what does it mean to be a good multilingual model? We will be thinking, how for the next release are we going to define what a good multilingual model is? And then we will backtrack off of what does it mean to be a good multilingual model, and we will figure out how technically to get there. So some aspects of a good multilingual model, again, of great interest to this group, is machine translation, but this is not the only aspect that we look at. We'll look at mathematical reasonings, for instance. So if you're asking a question in English versus you are asking a mathematical question in Japanese, we want to ensure that you're getting accurate results regardless of what language you want to interact with the LLM in. We'll look at question answering. We'll look at tool use. So if you are interacting with tools who are written in non-English languages, can we make sure that we can accurately call those tools to build agentic systems, regardless of what the input language is, regardless of what the tool specs look like? Summarization can be a common task. Document understanding. We might think about dialect. So for languages that have a lot of linguistic varieties, we will want to be very careful that if we say we are going to support a particular language fully, then we're able to flexibly move between the different dialects. We'll think about cultural nuance. We'll think about safety. Are the guardrails that are up for English available in the other languages? And are there potential other guardrails that are needed in certain languages that aren't needed in some of the other ones? And then mixed language use cases. Like I said, Cohere focuses on enterprise AI. Very commonly in enterprise scenarios, you may be operating over documents that appear in different languages. Say that you are a multinational business, you work in, let's say, Japan as your main country of work, but say you also work in some English context, and maybe you work with some other countries in Asia that speak other languages. It could be the case that your company documents exist in many different languages, and your user will be speaking, let's say, one of 2 languages. So we think about how are we going to make sure that this model can handle that highly multilingual environment and produce the results that the user expects. So pre-training is still happening. Again, this takes a very long time. So we find ourselves waiting for this a lot, and we do need to occupy ourselves with something productive. And the fact of the matter is that the depth and breadth of multilingual AI research is increasing, but we still face unanswered questions daily. We cannot simply wait for papers to be published about the problems that we're working on for a couple of reasons. First, the paper publication cycle tends to take a while. It could be that work that happened 3 to 6 months ago gets published, but we're already a step ahead of that. Also, the scale at which we're working at means that a lot of times we really do need to solve problems by ourselves because, for instance, I'm at NeurIPS right now. I'm going to see a lot of papers that are done at smaller scale, let's say 1, 3, 8 billion parameters. But I'm thinking, is that actually going to work at the 111 billion parameter level like Command A was? A lot of times the answer might be no. So we really do need to think about these problems from a research perspective by ourselves because we're working at a size that most other labs cannot handle. So to give you a picture of some work that we did last year, imagine that you wrote this Korean query into an LLM. It's a mathematical problem that is asking the LLM something about how to place white and black chips on a board. So you input that into the LLM, you expect a response, and what you see is below. If you can read English, maybe this isn't such a problem, but it is still definitely jarring. And certainly if you can't read English, this is a big problem. You've gone in asking for an explanation and an answer to a mathematical problem. And what the model has come up with is not even in a language that you can understand. This is a real example that I have seen in the wild. I typed this into the LLM and I got this response. So this is a major failure case of multilingual LLMs. So last year, we decided to name this phenomenon and attempt to measure it. So we released the language confusion benchmark. Here we defined multiple levels of what we call language confusion. The first one is full response confusion. So that's what you saw on the previous slide. The full response comes out in the wrong language. We can also have line level confusion. We can have word level confusion, like you see the word eventually comes out here in English. But the fact of the matter is that when something like this happens in a multilingual LLM, even infrequently, even only 1% of the time, it causes quite a jarring user experience. So we really need to pay heavy attention to this. We found out that even very strong LLMs exhibit language confusion. For those of you that are on the ML engineering or research side, I told you there would be some more stuff for you in here. So when does language confusion occur? To get a little bit technical, a model is vulnerable to language confusion when the number of tokens in the sampling nucleus is high and the distribution is flat. What does that actually mean? So you can see the word called here. There were 3 choices for the model to sample here, and it will stochastically sample these. It had 2 choices in the correct language with probabilities 0.41 and 0.36, but then with probability 0.22, it had the opportunity to sample the word called. Now it's like a multi-sided coin flip. It just so happened, this is a real example, that on this coin flip, it did fall into this 20% bucket. So this English word called was sampled. So if you have an LLM where you have many instances of this, where the next likely token has a lot of choices and there are some incorrect language choices with a high probability, you will at some point definitely get some language confusion. Okay, so now we are back onto more practical things. We will also need to think about deployment. One aspect of deployment can be quantization. So if you're interacting with an API, you're not going to necessarily care about this, but say that you want to make sure that you're doing a private deployment and you want to fit onto a single GPU, or you're thinking about efficiency. Quantization is a method that compresses the weights and activations of a neural network to lower bit representations. So say that you started out in floating point 32 or 16, you can potentially quantize to an 8-bit integer, which will make you have a much smaller memory footprint, faster inference. You can use lower cost hardware. And a lot of research into quantization has alleged that they do not lose any quality. But I was reading through those papers. I noticed that almost all of them were in English. So I had a hunch that this notion that quantization does not affect performance, or the state-of-the-art quantization methods do not affect performance. I had a hunch that this would not be true once we got into the multilingual context. So I, with some folks from the multilingual team and quantization, efficiency, and Cohere labs, set out to investigate how does quantization affect multilingual LLMs. Turns out we were right. When we looked into human evaluation of quantization, for instance, for French and Japanese, we found out that the automated metrics that were reported in published papers were severely underestimating the damage that was done from quantization. So this was a 103 billion parameter command R plus model at FP16, which we're calling full precision. We quantized it down to W4, so 4-bit integers. And we saw that when humans looked at this, they really could tell that quantization was damaging the quality. We also noticed, again, we had this hunch, but we noticed that Latin script and Indo-European languages were less severely damaged than once you left Latin script. And we also noticed that as tasks got harder, quantization was more damaging. So MGSM was a mathematical evaluation, and this was more heavily damaged than some of the quote unquote easier tasks. So in this project, we learned that even the widely used W8 quantization leads to degradation detectable by humans for some languages, and W4 is worse. So we learned that we really need to consider multilinguality as a key evaluation criterion for efficient models. Now, finally, pre-training is done, and now is when we sprint to post-train this model, make it as good as we can to make it actually customer-facing. So very briefly, I want to show you how this happened for Command A. You can read the Command A technical report to hear more about this, but we did quite an interesting thing for Command A. What happened was that on the left, we started with an instruction-tuned checkpoint. So every team started with the same checkpoint. We then split off into our groups. So there was a RAG and tool use group. Here's our multilingual team. There was a code group, safety, long context. Each of us were tasked with build the best possible expert for your domain, for the task that you care about, off this instruction tuned checkpoint. Then we will come together. We will show what's the best that we all could do with our expert capabilities. And we'll see if we can make those all work nicely in harmony. So we all built our experts. Then there was a process of merging with different weights, merging these models all together to try to get the capabilities from all the experts in. We called that merged checkpoint an SFT soup. Then we broke out in teams again. We said, okay, on top of this merged checkpoint, what's the best that you can do with reinforcement learning? So the multilingual team, we said, how are we going to boost machine translation, language identification, all the multilingual aspects that we care about. Code folks did the same, safety folks did the same. We came back together, merged these, and then we did a process that we called polishing on top of that, which alternated between supervised fine-tuning, online and offline preference learning, and the result was called Command A. Command A translate was then a refinement on top of that. So we come full circle to our translation model after all the work was done to build Command A. And that's how you can see that really everybody at Cohere was involved in the process of creating a great multilingual model and then Command A translate itself. How do I choose a great multilingual AI model? You should be thinking about languages, the use cases that you care about, how the model is performing in the languages on the use cases that you care about. So making sure that if you really care about a particular thing in Korean, you make sure that you check the model for that particular use case. You should think about whether you need customization support and whether the provider that you're working with offers that for you, or whether you're going to have to do it yourself, or whether it's even possible to customize. You should think about your budget, and you should think about your deployment options. Now, finally, I'm going to make this come full circle. I'm going to talk directly to the ML engineers and researchers. Like I said, if you don't work directly with this, I hope that this will still be interesting for you, because these are all pieces of advice that I have given my own team in the last few months. For some perspective, and I said this to a group of students a few weeks ago who were asking, how should I focus my research in multilingual AI? When our group is thinking about, are we going to implement a particular research idea, we first think about, what is the magnitude of gains that I've seen published, and how easy is this to implement? I want to see methods that are simple, that transfer cross-lingually, and are tested at large scale. So if I read a white paper and it has quite a small gain on a 3 billion parameter model, and it looks like it's going to be pretty hard to implement, we're probably not going to do that idea. What I love to see is simplicity, large gains, and something that my team can implement really quickly. So if it works, great, we continue with it. But if it doesn't work, we haven't lost that much time. What makes a great research and engineering colleague? They write clean, simple, reusable code. Now, my team knows they are not allowed to say it's just research code in front of me. That is not an answer. You'll often hear this in academic context. It's messy code, it's just research code. The fact of the matter is, if we're writing messy code, then we are inevitably going to make a mistake somewhere, which could affect any conclusions we can draw from those experiments. Experiments need to establish causality, so you need to have a hypothesis. You need to design your experiment in such a way that when the experiment is run, you have a very clear answer to your hypothesis. And then you also need to be able to communicate clearly, laterally upwards, wins and your challenges. So whereas when you're working on very small teams, everyone will have context on the problem you're working about. If you're working in a very broad context like we do at Cohere, it could be that you are the only one who has thought about your problem in the past week. You need to treat your colleagues as if they are very smart people, but they are also forgetful. So I ask my team, every time you're going to give me a technical update, please give a couple sentences recap where we were last time, what you attempted, what were the results, and what is the meaning, because each of these people that I work with is going to be much more close to the problem on a day-to-day basis than I may be. And I also encourage them that knowing where you are stuck and how to ask for help is a skill. We move very fast at Cohere, so we need to figure out the balance between working on this yourself and knowing when, hey, there's another expert that I can reach out to that can help me get unstuck very quickly. Okay, I'll fly through this because I know I'm just at time, but for some unsolicited advice for the researchers, I encourage you to think about when designing research projects, especially because there are a huge amount of people working on AI now, use your unique advantages. What can you build? What can you think of that few others can? So you don't get stuck in the case where you've worked on a project for 6 months and then you see 3 papers released at the same conference on the same topic. Build your own projects. Being a strong engineer means your ideas will come to life. Keep your experimental notebook, write down your reason for experiments, the times each command were sent, links to the results and the interpretation, because I promise if all of this isn't written down, a week later, but certainly a month later, certainly 3 months later, when you are trying to figure out the results of your experiment, you will not be in the same headspace. So it's very important that in the moment, you are able to reproduce what you did and you write your fresh interpretation of the results when it's most clear in your mind. Finally, understand that because our field is moving so fast, we don't know the answers to a lot of questions and you just need to try it. So if your manager says this is unlikely to work, but I'm unsure, if it's pretty easy to run a quick experiment, let's just do it. Let's just see if it will actually work, because there's a lot that we don't know in AI right now. Okay, I'm going to skip this part, but basically what I think is next in multilingual AI is broad multilinguality. So you'll be able to operate in many different modes over documents in many different languages, and you'll be able to interact with tools and do that fluidly. With that, you have now seen how the process of development works at Cohere as a LLM engineer or researcher, and I'd love to open the floor for questions.
Thank you, Kelly. Beautifully condensed. It was a hard task. Thank you so much. And of course, we have questions from the audience. Let me recap. We have a couple of questions on tokenizers. What tokenizers do you use? And if you develop your own, that was one. And another one is if you use different tokenizers within the same training cycle.
We do design our own tokenizers because we really want it to be customized well for the languages that we care about. So I have myself, when I was an individual contributing engineer at Cohere, I worked a lot on tokenization. Now that I'm a tech lead and a manager, there is another group of folks that do that. But we do work on that ourselves. But we tend to stick to one because it is a very big engineering lift to switch tokenizers. We do that pre-training process. As I said, that takes months. If we were to swap out the tokenizer, we would have to repeat that again.
Yeah. Then there was a previous questions about if you use, if your multilingual models are layered into your business-oriented models.
So for instance, Command A right now is the base to most things. So yes, because this pre-training process is very, very heavy, that will typically happen once, and then some customizations will happen on top of that. So everyone will do this post-training process together, but then we have what are called applied machine learning engineers or forward deployed engineers. And these are folks that work with particular customers to take that model that's already fine-tuned and take it to the next level to make it customized for particular customers.
So there's another question. To what extent have you tested prompting to control language confusion? And was there any particular methodology?
Yeah, that is a really great question. And we found that certain models are more or less sensitive to this. This is heavily on my mind a lot of the time, frankly, because we want to make sure that the model that we are producing is robust to wherever you're asking to switch languages. I would like, if you prompt in one language, it to come out in that language too, but certain users might include in the prompt the desire for there to be a different output language, or in the preamble, the model can become sensitive to the preamble, what language is asked to come out. That is a long-winded way of saying, yes, we think about this. It is also a difficult problem to solve because there's both multilinguality in there, but then there's also what we call instruction following capabilities. Can the model follow any instruction? One of those instructions could be output in this language consistently. So the model has to be both good multilingually and good at instruction following to get that right. And that's where you can see that I really do mean that everybody at Cohere works on multilinguality, because we have folks that specifically their expertise in it is instruction following, and one of those instructions is right in the correct language.
Yeah, we want to get it right at every step.
Yeah.
There's another question. What was the budget for training the model end to end?
Oh, that's a great question. I have no idea.
Yeah, how much did you pay for data and compute? So it's difficult.
No idea. The Command A technical report is pretty detailed. I'm not sure how it addresses that, but I could encourage you to check it out. It's quite long, but that'll be like anything that we can say about the model.
So yeah, very quick last question about how does the training look like in terms of time? So you said very, very long.
Yeah. So it depends on the particular phase. So pre-training is that really, really heavy months-long investment. But then when we get to post-training, certain aspects will take a couple of days, certain will take a couple of weeks, certain that I really need my team to work on now. Each experiment might only take let's say 3 hours. So they need to rapidly do those in succession. So it really depends where in the training pipeline you are.
Right. Thank you very much, Kelly. It was great to have you here. Enjoy new IPS.
Yes, thank you.
And if you want to stay with us, you are more than welcome. We are now moving on, but do we have this poll ready, Konstantin?
The panel.
In the panel. Oh, we're moving to the panel.
We're
Okay.
moving to the panel. This is, I think, what it should be the last before the break, but it's a sizable panel. So I would like to welcome on stage Maria Jesus Diaz. Maria, please introduce the initiative from Women in Localization called WeShape AI. This is a new thing. This will be a buy-side panel. So everybody on the panel is leading a localization program somewhere in a product company. But it's presented today as Women in Localization and WeShape AI. So let's see how we shape AI and how do we deal with rogue AI initiatives. This is directly from a Terminator plot. I don't know how many Terminators have come out so far. Something like 6? No?
About that,
About
probably.
we will have the best, obviously. We'll have the best Terminator.
So the floor is
Absolutely.
yours, Maria Jesus.
Thank you so much. And thank you very much to everyone. I hope everybody's enjoying day one, and you're ready for a dynamic and very thought-provoking conversation. Wherever you are in the world, good morning, afternoon, and evening. As Konstantin said, my name is Maria Jesus Diaz, and I have the pleasure of moderating this special panel today. It's a session presented by WeShape AI and Women in Localization, and it's on rogue AI in the localization world, how we've spotted it, fixed it, and owned it, and a playbook of sorts of how we recommend other localization teams look at it. So first of all, thank you to Konstantin and the entire GenAI localization team for inviting Women in Localization, and specifically us, WeShape AI leaders, to this high-energy conference. For anyone who doesn't know about WeShape AI by Women in Localization, it's a new global initiative designed to empower our members to lead at the intersection of AI and globalization. It's a centralized hub of innovative women-led solutions that are going to push the entire localization field forward, from optimizing workflows to fostering human-in-the-loop AI collaboration. It is also a place to shine, to grow professionally, to connect, and build a powerful portfolio of work that showcases Women in Localization members' expertise. Me, myself, I have the pleasure of being the board sponsor for both the Chapters program and WeShape AI by Women in Localization. And as I was saying, I'm thrilled to be here today. I was actually trying to share just a couple of slides, literally, on what localization in the wild looks like, in our opinion. On the apologies, that shouldn't have moved, but it did. So let's face it, we are living through a gold rush. Every company, every department, every engineer is racing to implement GenAI. But for those of us in this virtual room, we know that speed often comes with a blind spot. We've all seen those shadow AI projects, a tool that is built in a silo by an enthusiastic product team that works perfectly as long as it's in English only, and they're based in, let's say, the US, for example. It bypasses localization processes and best practices. It ignores our expertise, and usually we only find out about it when it has broken, when it's under-delivered, or causes offense or issues in the target market. So we've brought together 3 bold leaders, both industry and also within WeShape AI, who didn't just clean up the mess, but they also used these rogue moments as a catalyst to reshape strategy. They turned the oops moments into operational excellence. And we're going to talk about how to spot those projects before, ideally, they hit the repository. We're going to discuss how we can fix those broken assumptions without breaking relationships, very important. And we're also going to talk about the human element, and specifically how women in the localization space are often the ones asking the questions, calling the bluff, sometimes calling the bluff on the hype or the leadership teams, and building the trust that is necessary to move from rogue AI to responsible AI. So without further ado, I'm going to ask my panelists, and I'm going to join us, and I'm going to introduce them. Jennifer Vela Valido is the Localization, Quality and Innovation Program Manager at Spotify, where she leads multilingual AI-driven strategies and process innovation across 73 languages. I think most of you probably know Jennifer already. She has over 15 years experience in the industry and also holds a PhD in localization quality management. She's a recognized voice in the industry, particularly in the evaluation of LLMs for translation and content generation, as well as the integration of AI into localization pipelines. She's also a long-standing advocate for ethical and effective use of technology and language services, and she's a widely recognized speaker at leading conferences, including Gala, Tao, Slop World. And Jennifer is also the program director, the brains behind WeShape AI, the initiative by Women in Localization. Just something that not many people would know is that Jennifer once tried to build a localization quality framework and a sourdough starter during the same lockdown, but only one of them survived. So welcome, Jennifer. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
I'd invite Marta now to come on screen. Marta Nieto Cayuela. Again, probably many of you know Marta. She's a quality strategy leader with a strong focus on building AI-powered solutions that support quality management teams thoughtfully, inclusively, and at scale. She has more than a decade of experience and specializes in designing quality programs that unite strategic vision, linguistic insight, and AI innovation. Her work sits at the intersection of language, technology, and human connection, and is grounded in the belief that quality goes beyond linguistic correctness. It encompasses the entire user experience. Thank you for joining us, Marta. And last but not least, we have Conchita LaGuardia. Conchita, if you could join us on camera. She's a language AI and tech specialist. She has more than 20 years of experience in localization and has transitioned from a linguist role into an engineering role. She develops GenAI initiatives in the e-commerce domain, and I'm sure many of you have heard her speak at different industry conferences. For today's panel, she's going to play devil's advocate in our conversation, offering an engineering perspective and at times challenging our localization, effectively our localization perspectives. So first of all, very quickly, three panelists, what inspired you to join WeShape AI as leaders and really bring closer AI and globalization and localization? Conchita, do you want to go ahead since I was just chatting about you?
Yeah, my motivation to join WeShape AI comes from the clear gap that I'm seeing between the drift that we are experiencing in localization and language technology space. Although we make the majority of the localization workforce, the fact is that only few have made a transition or even have transitioned to engineering or tech roles. And my opinion, and change my mind, is that localization is now first and foremost an engineering discipline, and we need to reshape teams to match that demand. So I would like to help make technology roles, engineering roles, normal and attainable for the current workforce, which is still mainly female in our industry.
Fantastic. Jennifer, what about you as program director?
Yes, so well, all started with Women in Localization itself. I've been a volunteer at the organization already for 7 years, first as a chapter manager, then as a geo manager. And what brought me to the organization was because I was looking for a community, a place for connection and also for growth, especially women supporting other women to advance, to be able to advance in their careers. But then the opportunity to drive WeShape AI came up, and I felt that everything came into place, like my background in localization and AI strategies, my passion for innovation and building things from scratch, and also the observation where I'm seeing so many incredible women doing very, very good work, cutting edge work behind the scenes, what it looks like behind the scenes in AI. And I wanted to be part of changing that and bringing and highlighting all the work that is being done by women in the AI space, but also training and sharing that knowledge worldwide.
Fantastic. Marta, tell us a little bit about your story.
So similarly to Jennifer, I have been involved in women in localization for several years now in the Catalonia chapter. So for me, there was like no doubt when WeShape AI was being shaped that I wanted to be part of it, because I want to help build a future in which women like no longer need to make a space, no longer need to beg for a room elsewhere, and that their voices are heard and they can act as in the same conditions as other people in the room. A future where we don't need to fight for the space in the AI to be recognized. A future that we can shape through learning, through sharing, and through empowering each other. Because something that I think it's core at what we do is that we are a great community and that we are able to connect and to lift each other.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Marta. Right, let's dive in. And since I was just talking to you, Marta, can we start by looking at the types of rogue AI initiatives that you have seen, that you have experienced? Tell us a bit more.
Maybe I have seen more rogue initiatives that I would have liked to. I think that for the past 5 years, we have seen a lot of directives, like mandates from leadership about the use of AI. And I believe that that has led to a lot of rogue AI initiatives by other teams not being localization and not involving localization because of the mere fact of trying to achieve OKRs, because of the believing that maybe utilizing a large language model to create multilingual content to generate translations was simply a plug and play solution, which is not. But then have those rogue AI examples that I have in mind, which are usually related to very excited product teams or very excited engineering teams that, with the assumption of how English is performing, they try to replicate that into other regions and other markets. I need to admit that actually those rogue AI initiatives have been the ones pushing me to step up. Because it is true that seeing how other teams or other initiatives were leveraging from localization was the right time for localization teams to actually try to ask for that seat at the table.
Fantastic. Jennifer, what about you? What kinds of AI initiatives, rogue initiatives?
So something similar, what Marta has mentioned, that I think it's a common trend for many companies to have this mandate from really high above to say to their employees, their teams, you have to use AI. We don't know how, when, what for, but use it. So and then especially when this comes, your boss tells you you have to use AI, there is this lack of preparation or strategy, or like really sitting back and think, okay, how we want to use it. It tends to come with an idea that AI, so people tend to see AI not as a technology, but as magic, as something that it just works. So as the solution for all the problems. So it comes from these teams that say, well, what do we want to do? We want to be more efficient. We want to save time. And the solution is, oh, we'll just create a prompt in AI and AI is going to do it. And that's it. And also, I think the other part that is very interesting is that AI or GenAI is indeed very powerful. It's able to do many, many different things. And it's very powerful in terms of languages, but it is not language agnostic. So every time that we say, well, GenAI, we're going to use it for every single language because it's amazing, all of these metrics that we're seeing are based on their performance in English. So it's a first key issue to assume and to treat GenAI, large language models, as if the performance is exactly the same in all the languages, and not just in terms of how well they can speak the language, how well they understand the language, but also how well they can follow instructions in that language. And that's also one of the things that I tend to see in many of these rogue AIs that tend to come already with this idea that because it works in English, because it works for this use case, we can implement it throughout everything else just with a prompt.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jennifer. And I see something popping up in the chat. I think when we're talking about rogue AI initiatives here, we're really talking about any AI initiatives that haven't included, let's say, localization, internationalization in their design, or ourselves in the team, or any sort of multilingual consideration, right? But please feel free, either of the three of you, to jump in if you want to add to that. So those are the kind of initiatives, rogue AI initiatives we've seen. The early signs, Conchita, you've tons of experience. Tell us, what are the early signs that show, oh, I think there's something going wrong here?
I'm actually, because I have I have a seat at the table when the discussions are being thrown about what can we do with content, not just localization, but content, source content as well. I have spotted, I have worked in initiatives both under localization leadership and under other non-localization technical leadership. There is a specific trend that I have found in initiatives. You can call them rogue initiatives because they are initiatives that come from kind of the basis, people like me who are hands-on engineering. So, and when I have discussions with leadership about this, there's two things I notice. There is a temptation from, depending on who manages the project, there's a temptation to apply AI to use cases. Once they see that it works perfectly well for one use case, they say, well, we're going to use it for. So basically, AI the heck out of everything, right? So not being aware, perhaps because they don't have an engineering background or enough AI knowledge, that some of those use cases can be solved perfectly well with traditional logic, traditional automation. So that's one thing where I'm thinking, okay, if we go ahead with this, we are going to introduce noise, we are going to introduce unnecessary risk. Let's just not go for it, right? As I said, perhaps I have the advantage that I can spot that, I can nip that in the bud. The other one, and don't kick me out of the conference, but there is a hyper focus I find on, when they are localization-led initiatives, hyper focus on achieving best quality over any other consideration. So there's like a very narrow vision on what a GenAI solution means for the whole business. And then we end up iterating prompts into, like spending inordinate amounts of time in perfectioning a prompt, achieving that super prompt that in 2 months is going to be, it's very ephemeral. When we move models, you are going to have to test prompts again. So I miss that more of an engineering mindset, that systems architecture mindset that says, okay, we need to spend some time in curating our context, what we're going to use for context engineering, preparing the guidelines, preparing knowledge bases, everything, making it into a format that we can then use for context engineering. That is normally, from what I have seen, neglected, unless you do have the AI engineering muscle in the team that can actually say this right to people. So don't get me wrong, the focus on quality is absolutely fantastic, and it needs to happen, but it needs to happen with a more of an engineering mindset. So, for example, dedicate some time into, can we actually automate getting that super prompt? There are tools to do this, or automating quality evaluation as well. So these are not typically prioritized when the initiative comes from localization. When it comes from machine learning teams or AI savvy teams, it's a completely different animal. So yeah, ideally you would want them together, right? So yes.
Jennifer, what have you experienced in terms of seeing the signs that tell you there's an AI project that is about to go off the rails, or there's an AI rogue project, kind of, or rogue AI project, I should say, kind of brewing somewhere?
To me, Rogue AI initiative means, or might mean, either a project that has been led, driven, and completed by a team completely different from localization without any kind of input or heads up or collaboration from the localization team. And normally those are the ones that you tend to see quite late because they have done the whole thing, right? And then normally they might come to localization to actually evaluate. So everything is done. They haven't done it, but because it's multilingual, they don't have the capacity to actually know if it's working in different languages, and they come to localization to say, everything is great, we just need you to validate that this is working in all these different languages, right? In those cases, it tends to be too late because, you know, if all of the things that should have been done at the beginning haven't been done, then what we see is, unfortunately, actually, we might even be seen as the bad guys, the bad cops, because we say, actually, it's not working. This is the list of all the things that are not working. I'm so sorry. I don't know where I read somewhere else that normally localization or even quality might be considered the party poopers inside the companies because they're the ones that come with problems, the issues, etc. So yes, we're the party poopers, and when we come too late, because it's actually very difficult for us, well, not to give the good news that we would like to give, that yes, it works great, but also it's very difficult for us even to come up with solutions because we don't have the visibility of how that initiative was done from the very beginning, or our solutions mean that maybe things need to be done from scratch. So that's also not a good thing to do. So those are like the kind of, when we call about Rogue AI initiatives, that's what I would define it. Then also it tends to be projects where there hasn't been enough involvement from engineering teams, as Conchita was saying, because now AI seems to be such an easy thing that anybody can do with just prompting. Like, you know, everybody now is using prompting as if it was engineering or magic. To me, one of the, you know, the red flags is when I ask how this content has been done with AI, and the reply is, oh, with a prompt. And with just a prompt for all the languages, a generic prompt for all the languages, that's actually really like a red flag for me, because it's too generic. And again, it treats all the languages as if they were the same, and it's potentially not even specific to the use case. So that's one of the red flags, is like, so you just look at one prompt that you could do yourself. You didn't even think, maybe you don't need a prompt. Maybe prompt is not going to be good enough for this use case. You need an agent. You actually maybe need a pre-trained model. You need to do fine-tuning. So you need to look at the whole strategy again before, instead of saying, oh, I will just do a prompt. So that would be the second flag. When the teams involved, they look at it in a very narrow-minded set, where, well, the same way I would say sometimes I'm seeing something similar with coding and AI in coding, where some people might start thinking, well, we don't need to know coding anymore. We can do vibe coding, where, you know, AI will code for us, and that's great. And that's not how it works, because if you don't know coding, you're actually not able to validate or to use the parts that are going to be useful. So same thing happens for linguistic and multilingual AI.
Thank you, Jennifer. So obviously we don't want to get in when it's too late, but what can we do? What sort of, be it strategies, partnerships, and with what teams can help us catch those issues or even identify those rogue AI initiatives earlier? Marta, what's your experience?
So I would say that the very first thing is related to the strategy, and is managing the expectations. The expectations about the nature of LLMs and how they behave linguistically and how they behave for the multilingual content. Like, I have a very specific example that I have been asked, when LLMs will be ready to localize this content and give us the output that we expect. I was like, well, the answer is never. We will not get to the expectations of like zero error magical output, because we need to work on a case by case basis. I need to define what quality means to you, what means to your project, what means to this LLM implementation. so that we can achieve that quality. So I think that expectations are very important, also because they are going to help define the success criteria of the project, and also will be the baseline of those partnerships that I will need to build with the rest of the roles that are within a squad and that I would need to contact, from the engineers to data teams to everyone. And building those partnerships is what is going to get me to success and meet those criteria. But something very important within the managing the expectations is as well the fact that for the user, like, we need to manage the expectations, and we are talking a lot about like corporate organization, but also like with the users. Like if there's going to be like a use of a large language model out there, like are there going to be like AI generated disclaimers as well? So I think that all of that has a role to take into consideration. But in a summary, I would say, if we talk about the strategies, there's like manage the expectations of what can be achieved, define your success criteria, and then try to build the partnerships with internal teams that, or maybe even third parties and consultants that will take you there. Something that I was told while I was at uni several years ago was that sometimes it's not what you're supposed to know, but you need to know the people who knows. And same as we act the experts in quality or localization, multilingual content, linguistics, also we need to build the partnerships who those that know their fields of expertise.
Excellent. Thank you, Marta. And I think when we were talking, and just for the audience, fun fact, most of our conversations have been in Spanish. So actually doing this panel in English feels a little bit strange. But you were talking about multilingual AI squads, just that kind of cross-functional, bringing a number of teams together to really drive the projects through. Conchita, I know we've talked a lot about data, and I know that's very close to your heart. Tell us a bit more. Tell us a bit more about that collaboration.
I think the first thing that comes to mind is your data analytics team. I think that's something that you can leverage. If you can leverage their platforms, you can ask them to build you nice dashboards so you can showcase results, because ultimately, when you're talking to someone whether to push for a solution or to cancel it, at least in its raw form, you need to show some data, and that data needs to be like incontestable, right? So you need to show that the way tech teams and leadership is looking at that. So data analytics, they'll be able to support you with dashboards. They'll be able also to help you build test sets, right? Because you just don't want to randomize and say, okay, I'm gonna test this on some random data. No, you really want to kind of select your sample, right, to test stuff. So they have access. They have access to BigQuery, to whatever, Databricks, whatever, all those platforms that we normally don't have access to when we are inside just inside localization. I know you're very lucky. And then that's necessary, right? So that conversation with data analytics, in fact, I report now to data analytics rather than localization. So that should tell you that you need to really be like really close to those guys, because they will give you the support you need to when localization wants to actually initiate GenAI solutions. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's getting in contact with the right team, and I think it also plays the culture of the company and the team collaboration between teams plays a role here, right? In some companies, it's a lot easier to talk to the other teams and things happen. Others says they are more siloed. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Conchita. And it's actually very interesting that you're now reporting or you're part of the data analytics team. And I know, Jennifer, we were talking, we had a sort of a philosophical question around that relationship between localization and data. So I don't know if you want to throw it in there, just even something food for thought for everybody, certainly a conversation for another day, but this panel is about next generation language teams. So these are the kind of things that I would like our audience to walk away also with thoughts of how would their teams might look like, the type of skills, the type of partnerships and relationships. So do you want to touch on it just briefly there, Jennifer?
Yeah, exactly. So this idea of the multilingual AI squads that work in a horizontal way, right? The dream team would be, of course, the machine learning and AI experts, the localization team, the data analytics team, and then on top of that, the data curation and the data annotation teams that now will need to use quite a lot, very interestingly, to do multilingual data annotation and multilingual data curation, precisely to feed the fine-tuning, the training, and the validation of all the different AI initiatives. So for me, that would be like the dream multilingual AI squad, where we have partnerships with all of these teams. And when we tackle any new opportunity for an multilingual AI project together to create a strategy together.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jennifer. So now we've identified those rogue AI projects potentially. We've identified the team that we need to talk with, and we don't want to come across as, I think you call the party poopers, Jennifer. We don't want to be the innovation police. We don't want to, like, just kill the enthusiasm. We want to tactfully tell them that they've maybe messed up, that maybe they should have brought in localization or multilingual considerations earlier, and we want to sort of reclaim or restore ownership, or at least establish a conversation. So, Marta, how do you do that? How do you use diplomacy effectively to kind of turn things around and try and fix those rogue AI initiatives?
I'm going to reverse that diplomacy with branding. How should localization teams position themselves in organizations to minimize or avoid the amount of those AI initiatives that they are not involved? And that's definitely by positioning themselves as more than a team who's doing translations. And I think that we have seen this in the industry, and that has been through the changing names of the localization teams. I mean, they were translation teams, then they were localization teams. Now we are looking into internationalization teams, international growth. We have been discussing also about this naming, and this is part of where we're going to be and position ourselves of experts, and that we are able to offer more than just translations, that we are able to do risks assessments, A/B testing, evaluate the output of the LLMs, the performance of the prompts, even to experiment in the environment, how all these initiatives can be done even at the scale, not just at the experiment, right? It's more about the vision, because AI, it's not language agnostic. So we do need to provide that input. So we need to proactively seek to position ourselves in that ecosystem in the organization, and become the partner, become the ally. So we need to leave aside the party pooping spirit and getting more into our goal is the same as yours. You don't need to go rogue anymore. Let's do this together. So I think that we need to take more on branding so that we can get into those forums to collaborate more tightly.
Sounds like a great idea, but I think some teams might be perhaps more open to that than others. Jennifer, do you want to share a little bit about your experience on that front?
Yeah, so I think exactly not the first thing of the branding. Branding is important, naming is important, but we as the localization teams need to be doing more than saying what we can do. We should already be doing it. So when we go to these meetings, when we present everything that we can do, we also should be presenting what we are already doing. And we have a lot of data. We have a lot of research that we do internally. We have so much information internally that sometimes it doesn't get disseminated. So part of showing our value and how much we can help it with our expertise comes with disseminating all the research that we have done on the performance of LLMs in different languages, on the different strategies. And use that and giving that information freely to the rest of the company, so that on the one hand, we're walking the talk. We're actually demonstrating that expertise with that data and those reports. But secondly, with those research, with that information, it's going to help. I don't like the word educate, but it's going to help these teams to understand a little bit better what they can do with AI and LLMs, because they already have some data, and even come back to us and say, hey, this report was amazing. Do you have any information about what happens with the use case, this language? So I think it's also a mindset, a change on the mindset, and going from this traditional mindset of translation is localization to global language intelligence. And it's just not the name. It has to be the mindset. It has to be what we do, and then presenting and giving it to the company so that they can benefit from that.
And ideally, all of these should be happening proactively before we need to go and talk nicely to teams who have perhaps gone off.
Exactly. There is nothing better than, when you go in certain meetings and to be able to say, that's a great idea. We actually have some data about it because we also thought about that first. It's to me, one of the best ways to create that trust, where you actually are able to find a common ground and you already have data information available for those teams to look at.
Absolutely. Conchita, I see you've unmuted yourself. Data, trust, yes,
no,
go
we
for it.
We do have, I think localization has a reputation for being, when something doesn't work, stopping it there, rather than kind of thinking of how I mean, sometimes I just talk to people and they say, well, yeah, we need to select a model and we need to come up with a super prompt. And the model is not your solution. The prompt is not the solution. You can build other tools around it. You can do some pre-processing, post-processing. All you have to say is be able to articulate what is the problem with this particular language. Why is it not working? Why is the output not working for this? What, explain to me, do you see any error patterns? Let me talk to the language specialist. How does your language work towards this? Do we need to apply like a different flow for that particular language? But I think traditionally in localization we tended to be like, it doesn't work, so it doesn't work, so we move on with. There's a lot of inertia. There's still a lot of inertia, and I think localization teams will be at some point we were under marketing, and then we were when I was in Citrix at some point we were under engineering because we had to to localize strings. I think it needs to go back to engineering, to go back under tech. I really think so, and that way we will be able to leverage all the tech platforms and tools, everything that will make localization capable of actually own initiatives like that. That's my opinion anyway.
Okay, fantastic. So I'd like to, and I'm very conscious of time, obviously we started a little bit later than anticipated, so we're trying to fly through what we wanted to cover for our audience today. But typically, like, we're seeing that women in the localization space are often the first ones to call the bluff, as we said earlier, ask the hard questions of, in the cases of maybe these rogue AI initiatives by other teams. Why do you think that is? Jennifer?
And women in localization, actually, we do a lot of work and research on precisely what are the statistics, how many women do we have in the industry, in which positions, and we have collaborated with a lot of institutions that also help us understand what is going on in the industry. So there is ample data that demonstrate that, yes, localization and translation is an industry dominated by women, we might say, but they are mostly on medium management or lower management. So they are mostly project managers, translations, reviewers, coordinators, and they're mostly on the non-technical side of the localization industry. So what happens here is that then it means that the leadership is male-dominated. That's also where the decisions are taken. So high-level decisions based on what it sounds good, what it sounds bold, it sounds amazing. And then when it goes down to the operation teams that tend to be actually with a higher number of women, well, those are the operations teams that know what is feasible, what is factible, what is actually not a hype. And that's why it comes already to many of us, and that's the ones where we're able to see what is feasible or not. So I think that's maybe might be one of the reasons, at least in my opinion. I don't know what you think, Marta and Conchita. Have you seen that?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think actually because we have traditionally, because we have been a very hands-on workforce, right? So we know we can. I always see women like us leading mainly from the behind the scenes, right? And I think that's why everyone that works hands-on on something is actually better positioned to actually challenge decisions. It really is very important. Sometimes when people get very high up, they lose sight of detail, and they can get carried away more easily. So I think people that are really in the operational side of things are better positioned sometimes to actually talk with some practical sense, and because women have traditionally been in those positions, we have been better positioned to challenge things. It's kind of giving us the confidence to just call the nonsense, to say, okay, doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying?
And Conchita, switching from a linguist focus to an engineering or a technical focus, obviously the context, maybe the rooms that you've been trying to enter and speak at have also evolved a bit. How are you finding that?
I think my first kind of switch to an engineering role was tough in the sense that people knew me as a linguist, and suddenly I was doing things related to machine translation and automation, platform automation, and all that. And if people are not aware of your kind of your trajectory, your academic trajectory, or how you have retrained and everything, they found it a little bit puzzling, and not everyone was very accepting actually. But now, to be honest, after a few years, kind of, I don't really normally have any issue, except some. I think there's still the view that if you are in the room and you come from a localization team and you're female, you are going to talk about the linguistic aspects of things. It's only when you ask a question that is a little bit more technical or more on point of something, then they realize that you actually you're coming from the engineering point of view. Yeah, I would say there's still some old-fashioned views like that, but that's what we are trying to change with WeShape AI, right? So.
Absolutely. But that's why it's super important, as we were saying, to really become and position ourselves as experts in multilingual AI, for sure. Marta, in your own experience, any thoughts?
To share a silver lining, I think that for the past 5 years, I have seen like more democratization of the technical knowledge, and that has allowed like more traditional, like purely linguistic roles. Like I'm a translator by trade, but I have been like working on the vendor and the client side for the past 12 plus years. But for the past 5, I have been working more towards more technical parts of localization, driving to engineering, and that's thanks to that. But I agree with Conchita that it is still tough, and we might find ourselves when trying to have technical conversations not being regarded as the expert. However, back to the silver lining, apart from this democratization of knowledge, is that there are organizations and there are environments in which when we find ourselves in an horizontal org, being considered an equal and when challenging is part as well of the values, and to do that in a collaborative way, that changes everything. So eventually, again, it's like I think that both like Jennifer and Conchita have referred that mindset most of the times is everything when collaborating and navigating relationships between teams and roles.
Thank you, Marta. All right, so we've looked at how we spot those rogue AI initiatives, how we fix them collaboratively, and certainly we want to touch on how we can potentially own it. What sort of structures, governance, team shapes, roles might we need in an ideal world to really be able to have a place in those conversations early on, to be considered a key part of any multilingual AI initiative, to avoid those rogue AI projects and certainly the impact that they come with. So Conchita, I know you had some thoughts in terms of reshaping perhaps teams and skills.
Yeah, I think we need to think about kind of like the dream team. So we both engineering and linguistics bring two things that are just fundamental for for businesses to employ to develop a language program, because language now ever since the first translation memory was introduced, there's been a shift, there's been a drift towards engineering, right? So we need to understand that that's what it is. So, and this became more evident with word embeddings, and now with LLMs, it's made it inescapable, right? So we need to build teams that have a stronger engineering base. If you don't have that collaboration, and in my experience, if engineering is separate from localization, you are going to fight for resources, you are going to fight for engineering time. You need to build that in your team. You need to have, not even just hire system engineers, to be honest. I'm not saying developers, I'm saying system engineers. Someone who understands processes, who understands, the higher view of things, and then work closely with linguists to actually implement and make it work, right? Those outputs that may be bad outputs, think of ideas, think of solutions of how that can work in a practical scenario. So yeah, I think that would be my ideal team, would be like linguists and engineers working together. That's it. And then having at leadership level, preferably someone with an engineering background, I would say.
All right, okay. And I see questions popping up in the chat. We might have a combination of chat and Q&A. We'll jump into the Q&A in a few minutes. Just want to see if Marta and Jennifer have any thoughts also on that governance or those handshakes between teams, or even potentially team shapes and or skills that will ensure we own from the beginning those AI initiatives.
I think I would add to what Conchita has mentioned, that I completely agree. I think, localization engineering should always be very tied up. But on top of that, I would add what we have been mentioning quite a lot now about multilingual AI is such a big endeavor in any company that it needs to have a cross-functional squad, cross-functional governance team. And that cross-functional governance team has to have not just representative from localization, but it's localization, data curation, engineering, health and safety. We haven't mentioned anything about it, but health and safety is actually a big stakeholder here, because some of the quality risks are also related to safety risks. And having this squad where all of these main stakeholders are aligned on, and this is how we're going to be putting the guardrails on any multilingual AI initiative that we build. It doesn't matter where it comes from. It needs to come to these cross-functional team to look at the use case, the solutions, the strategy, and to be able to have visibility over what is going on. So that would be, to me, the ideal solution, the ideal scenario for any company.
Excellent. Marta, anything to add to that?
I'm in agreement, but I especially like what Jennifer was saying about this governance team. So I will not add anything, because I think that they are just right on the spot.
Fantastic. Okay, I do want to ask the panelists one last question, and is, if there is one person, and I'm sure there is more than one person in the audience today in this virtual room, who feels sidelined, who is watching their company implement AI poorly while they sit on the sidelines, who would love to advise, to have input, etc. What, in your opinion, what would be the single most effective power move that they can make tomorrow morning, going back into their office or into their virtual environment to reclaim agency and embed themselves or insert themselves into those conversations. Martha, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. First, I would say go and call the bluff tomorrow, but bring data with you. Build a case, because we were talking about data. Well, bring the cases you have been working with the challenge you want to solve, but actually the solution and recommendation. Reply to the Slack thread where you have been seeing someone actually having like a rogue AI project and try to provide your input. Insert yourself in the conversation. Request to represent localization and present that use case in a team, department, vertical, meeting, or hands, whatever, to showcase all the AI related work that localization is doing. Repeat that. And eventually, proactively, you will going to be included. But maybe, not sure how much this is going to be helpful for us, but maybe then you need to be the one doing a little bit of rogue AI, build your own case so that you can showcase it. I think that localization, we are doing a lot of team feeding because we can implement LLMs in generating content. So we can build those cases that we can get to the other teams later about how we can interact, and maybe asking for their support will make them realize how valuable we are. Better say, go tomorrow to work, reply to the thread, and take it from there.
Maria, we are running out of time, and there's a dangerous amount of agreement between the panelists and a somewhat interesting number of questions. Perhaps we could
Absolutely. That's exactly where we were heading. So I can see that there's no questions in the Q&A. There's loads in the chat. And I think we covered
how I like disagreement on the panel.
Yes.
Let's get into a fight.
Well, I think
I was actually going to disagree. I was actually going to disagree with Marta because when you, I agree in that you need to own the conversation. So you have the use cases in your head, right? So you approach engineering and say, I have built, a rogue solution for this problem. But what do you think? Because it's likely that you're not gonna come up with a closed solution from localization unless you already have the engineering muscle to do that. So you explain the problem, you have the solution that you've come up with, and then you say what is possible to do from an engineering point of view, and they might come up and say, okay, actually this problem can be solved with an ordinary tool, right? With I don't know. With a regular expression checker or whatever, or with a combination of tools, some LLMs, some. So, but I think you need to come up to them and say, okay, this is the problem that we have, and this is the nuances of it, and this is the solution that we kind of have built. What can you offer?
All right. Okay. Let's get started on the questions, and I'm going to start actually from the most recent, if that's okay, what I can see on the chat actually, and I think some have been perhaps moved to the Q&A. And again, just any of the panelists jump in. How would you defend the use of AI and localization against those that still have some sort of aversion to the artificial intelligence in translation, localization, or copy editing? So just what of you, it's okay, you might have different views, but how would you defend the use of AI? So
probably with data. I've had to justify, for example, when I introduced quality estimation, I had to justify using it. And I used data, and I said, so we did some blind tests, and I said, you know what, actually, inter-annotation agreement between humans is actually worse. Then I get more consistent results, and I'm just on par with human quality, with human translation, with MT plus QP, and that's incontestable, right? So because there has been for many years the assumption that the human output is still your golden reference,
standard.
Right? Mm-hmm. But it might not be all gold, all that glitters, right? So
okay, thank you. There's somebody who is transitioning into a tech PM role, and the person is asking, what skills, in the panelist's opinion, would you recommend that the person should be focusing on? What are the key skills for somebody moving from a purely linguist, perhaps, to a from a non-tech PM to a tech PM role?
I would say have some, from my experience, have some understanding of how software development works, the life cycle of software development, because this is software development really. So understand how it works, understand, go into also agile frameworks, which is like most teams have some sort of agile framework or another they work with, and understand just concepts on systems architecture as well. I would say, without having, you don't have to build apps, you don't have to build anything if you don't want to, but at least know how software development works. That would be my
great.
my
Thank you,
advice.
Conchita. And I think that probably also addresses the question from Gabriela. She posted on the chat, what engineering skills do you think someone coming from localization should have? So a portion of those skills. Don't know if there's anything else you'd like to add from your own experience, Conchita.
I mean, I went into development, so I learned, I did computer science to learn to code and everything, and then I retrained with Python and all that. But you don't have to do that if what you want to do is manage projects. But if you want hands-on stuff where you can actually learn a lot just by doing, I would say some development, some training in coding is not gonna do you any harm. And now these days with the help of LLMs, it cannot be easier, to be honest.
Okay, fantastic. All right, we'll cover a couple more questions. I know that we are supposed to go into
Let's do one more.
interval.
I'll disagree.
Okay, that's okay, and that's okay. Right, so Mariam posted a question around, to what extent are localization experts routinely incorporated as humans in the loop in LLM development and deployment? So obviously, it seems like an ideal opportunity, but in your experience, would you have seen it throughout your corporate lives? To what extent are they actually incorporated as those humans? Martha or Jennifer, do you want to jump in on this one?
I think I've seen two different cases here. So depending on, again, which is the team working on this development, LLM development, if this team is a team that already collaborates with localization, understands what localization does, understand the value, then it's quite common that is a partnership, and the works are doing together, and we are able to provide the linguistic and the evaluation subject matter expertise. However, it is true that there are still many teams that don't know about localization. They don't understand exactly what is the added value. And in those cases, what we, as I mentioned at the very beginning, might happen is that they develop something completely on their own, and they either deploy it completely on their own in the worst case scenario, or even before they deploy, they might ask localization to do an evaluation. But again, it's more for the validation last step evaluation than not at the very beginning or in the middle of the cycle. So I've seen those two scenarios. Depends a lot on the team, on the company, on the culture of the company.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. And I know there's lots more questions, and we could be here for another 3 hours and still have questions. I'd invite everybody in the audience to connect directly with the panelists and myself if you want to continue the conversation, if you want to hear a little bit more about their own experience. Thank you so much, Jennifer, Conchita, and Marta, for sharing your insights, for carving out the time at this time of the year, especially end of year, when it's really, really busy for everybody. I've particularly, personally, I have found the conversation insightful and also empowering. So thank you for everything that you've done in terms of breaking the mold and carving a path for a lot of us to kind of follow suit. I know, Konstantin, there is now not a 20-minute interval, a slightly shorter interval, but there's a fun trivia game coming up, and the audience will have a chance to win some prizes and have lots of fun. So stay with us if you'd like to participate. And after that, at the top of the hour, if I'm not mistaken, you can return to this same Zoom for the next session. It's a fireside chat hosted by Olga Beregovaya, featuring Tanay, Chowdhury, and I do apologize for the pronunciation, who leads data science in the AWS GenAI Center of Excellence. So whether you're taking a moment to stretch and refresh or you're staying on for some fun trivia, we'll see you back here soon. Thank you so very much, GenAI.
Hey, Barry, that was my line.
Sorry.
Wow, that was my line
That
indeed.
was your line. Let's fight over the line.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you guys so very much. It was fun.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and representing women localization and what's going on in the corporate struggle for the best AI program. That was lots of information, and the tone, I think, was conciliatory. Everybody agreed. Thank you
Not
very
always. I think Conchita has lots to say about localization teams. Maybe she was feeling a bit shy.
Right. We now have the game. Stefan, Liz, take it from here. Everybody, you can stay and win a prize.
Hey, what a fantastic set of presentations already. Elizabeth, are you there?
I'm here. I've got
All right.
I've got on the screen the way to join the game. Now I know if you are streaming on YouTube, there might be a bit of a delay. So hopefully I will have you all just pay attention on the device that you join, so that way you don't miss your opportunity to win.
On YouTube, they have to vote extra quick.
Yeah, you're really gonna have to move fast. So we do have a couple prizes in case you missed it in the announcement. So for first place, there's a $100 Amazon gift card. For second, a box of handmade chocolates from Prague. And then third place, arguably probably the best one, is a free ticket to Conference Days 2 and 3, plus access to all the recordings. So if you haven't already joined, I know, I think that might be the best one. Like, I like Amazon. The recordings are also great. Should we give them a few more seconds to join?
I think we should
do you
get
think?
started right away, and maybe we should tell people too, there's a QR code right in the middle of your screen there. If you take a picture or use your camera to scan that QR code, you're going to get catapulted in Elizabeth's great Mentimeter quiz that is about to start.
All right, we've got 65. Okay, there's still a few more, 66 joining.
All right, good.
Okay, I think we've got a pretty good chunk of people. Should we? Oh, 67. Wow, there's a lot of you that want these prizes.
Wait till you hear the questions. I went with Elizabeth through the questions yesterday, and they're really good. So I'm really curious who's going to get them all right.
Don't talk it up too much, because now I feel like you're jinxing it. Okay, we're at 73 people. I think we should just go ahead and start. Nope,
Let's do
70
it.
keeps going. Okay, we're going. You can still join if you see this after the instructions will be at the top. So it's 10 questions. It's gonna go fast. So here we go. Question 1. Oh, sorry, there's 11. Just kidding. Question 1 of 11. Wow, look at all the little folks ready to go. First question. Hopefully, many of you will get this one.
What year was the first GPT model released by OpenAI? Now I'm doing the even ones. Apparently, Elizabeth, you'll do the uneven ones.
Oh, people are fast. Look at them go. It's like maybe I should have turned on the music. You can sing for us instead.
What is it? Do, 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 do,
Yeah,
do, do.
I think it's Jeopardy. No, is that Jeopardy?
That's Jeopardy, yeah.
Yeah, it is Jeopardy. Okay. I couldn't remember.
All right.
Ooh, it was close.
28 people got it correct.
Yeah, look at that. And we'll see where our leaderboard is. Oh, no, it'll be after the next one. Just kidding.
Your question, Elizabeth?
Got it. The first ever internet message sent in 1969 wasn't hello. It was what? I think this is a tough one, but that's just me personally. The suspense. Ooh, you guys are fast. Jeez. Maybe I should have only given us 15 seconds. Wow. People really want to win.
Next time we should put an iPad up.
That's right.
They'll probably answer in a second. Oh, it was close. 22 got it right. It was low. So let's see where we are. Ooh. Oh man, Christian's up there again. You guys, he won last time, so you've got to watch out for him. Oh, he's fourth. Okay. We're
Right,
getting
next question. Let's move it along. Which company made a chatbot that became offensive in less than 24 hours? Who knows that?
This one seems a little slower. Eh?
All right. Go ahead.
All right. Oh, sorry. Let me see if I can go back and share it. There we go. Surprising enough,
Only
Google,
9, yeah.
yeah, was not my family group chat. Surprising enough. And there's where we're at. Woo. Alrighty.
All right, next one. Which movie featured the first photorealistic CGI humans, computer-generated humans?
I think this one is a tough one, but I also don't know. CGI.
Didn't I get this right in the dry run yesterday? I do think I get it right.
I
I
can't
guess, but
remember.
yeah,
I can't remember if you did or not. That's a tough one. I can't remember. I know this one surprised me, so hopefully it will maybe surprise others.
Here we go.
Ooh, Final Fantasy. Only a few folks got that one. Well, 14. I guess that's more than a few, but Christian's still up there. Guys gotta keep a watch. Alrighty.
I know who
Next.
Christian is. I don't know who Metal is. I wonder who sends us the information that they won the.
Well, Christian won the last round, so.
All right, everybody. Which country launched the world's first 5G network? I got that one wrong yesterday.
Did,
I
yeah.
remember that.
I think it's a tricky one though. A surprisingly tricky one.
Just a couple of seconds left.
Ooh,
all right.
Someone got it right the last second. Oh,
Lots of people got it right.
yeah, quite a few.
Do you think anybody is using ChatGPT for the answers?
They
They
can,
gotta be really
Yeah.
fast typing. If so, we'll
Yeah.
have to ask the winner whether there was any
Well,
shenanigans
Lovesite
going
is
on.
moving up. Yeah, I mean, even if they did, they still got to spend the time chat GPTing it.
Yeah.
We need to have like 3 minutes.
Yeah. What was the first animal cloned from an adult cell, folks? Who knows that? The first animal. Was it a sheep, a frog, a mouse, or a goldfish?
I think this one is easy, but again, that's just me.
Because you're so bright, Elizabeth.
No, because I made the answers a little easy. I'm not bright. That's why I'm leading the trivia, not playing it. Yeah. Oh yeah.
All
yeah.
right. Most people got it right. I remember those days too. I'm dating myself, but I remember those days.
You are dating yourself. Ooh, Loveside's up there. What happened to Christian? Somebody got him. Almost there. 4 to go. I was gonna say 7 to go.
All right, next question. Which game did AI beat a world champion in first? Was it poker,
Oh wow.
Go, chess, or Mario Kart?
Well, know this one. Like, look at him go.
Quick, we're almost done. Are the leaders switching here in the leaderboard? Are you keeping track of that?
Yeah, they're switching. Okay, we only have, I know I said there's 11 questions, but we're gonna have to end it at this one so we can get you guys back to the sessions on time. So
All right.
everyone guess quick. Here's where we're at. Alrighty, you guys got to beat the top 3 up here.
Last question.
Yep.
Who created the first perceptron, the ancestor of neural networks? Is an AI question. He's going to get it right. Was it Frank Rosenblatt, Geoffrey Hinton, Jan LeCun?
Wondered how you said Jan LeCun.
Is that the right pronunciation? It might. He's French speaking, so it might be Jan LeCun.
Whoa, maybe.
Maybe. All right, here we go. Who's the winner?
Okay. Who we've got now. If you didn't use your actual name, I will post these because I will need to know who you are and maybe some proof that Lovesight is who I think it is. All right. In first place, we have Lovesight. Second, Nemo. Third, Tom. I don't know how I'm going to prove who you all are, but congrats to the top 3. I think someone beat out Christian, so thank you all, and I will figure out who you are.
All right.
Well, that was obviously the best session of the day.
I was in the
Congratulations to all the
play.
winners. Thank you, guys. Olga, we are right on time for you. Can you imagine? The conference is in its almost like 3rd hour, and we're right on time. This has never happened before.
Yes, and our esteemed speaker and myself had a lot of fun doing the trivia backstage. And I have
Are
to
you
say,
Lovesight?
I have to say that we did pretty well.
You
We
did pretty well.
pretty
All
And guys,
right. Congratulations, and take it away.
okay, wonderful. So I apologize, sorry for the quality. Actually, it happens so that our next speaker is from AWS, and I am calling in from a hotel at the AWS reInvent conference. So it looks like both the light and maybe the connection are a little bit blurry. So apologize for that. On that note, let me introduce our speaker, Tanay, and I'll try for the last name, Chowdhury, data science lead from AWS GenAI Center of Innovation. And we will be talking, Tanay and I will have a chat. And Tanay, thanks so much for joining us. We're super, super thrilled to be hearing from heart of AI innovation. We'll be talking about personalization, hyper-personalization, and as we tie it to our industry, global personas and what it actually means to personalize on a global scale. Now, the way we'll do it, we'll start with an intro presentation. Maybe first I'll ask Tanay to say a couple of words about himself, and then we'll go into Q&A. We have tons of questions, a lot of great information. So let's see how much we can get covered. So Tanay, after you, before I load the presentation, tell us a couple of words about yourself and your career journey in personalization world.
Sure. Happy to be here. Hi, everyone. I am Tanay Chowdhury. I'm a data science lead at AWS Gen AI Center of Innovation. Telling about myself, I started my journey back in 2005, almost 20 years back, as a BI architect. That time we were building end-to-end data warehouses in some Fortune 500 companies like Pfizer, JP Morgan, and those things. Over the time, yeah, it was the science or the math behind the data that was drawing me closer. So I did my master's with thesis in machine learning from University of Illinois, and got into this data science back in 2014. And eventually I worked in Microsoft from 2016, where we were working in different kind of problem. Some of the things were like optimizing their test ring. We will talk about that in details later. And some of those were that time, not this LLMs were there, obviously. We were working with Word2Vec and how to use that for creating better data, to basically where you don't have data, still you do prediction, how you can do that. So that was fascinating stuff back then. Then I switched to this more or I should say the personalization journey, personalization and recommendation when I joined Groupon back in 2018. So that time we were working in a division in Groupon called Groupon Goods, where it was newly built mini replica of Amazon, and today I can say. So I was fortunate enough to work in building in a recommendation engine from scratch, which eventually generate. It was what you say today is like customer also bought, and given I could build it and see it from building it from scratch and going through 3-4 rounds of improvement, it was fascinating, and we could generate some $5.4 million of incremental revenue back then. And eventually I moved to Discovery, which later became Warner Brother Discovery. So there I worked in another level of personalization, where we were personalizing the food recipes, we were personalizing the video, we were also personalizing when to send it so that it can, when to send those notifications so that it can improve like the open rate and those things. That was hyper personalization. We will come to that later. But yeah, after all those, that is where I started working with LLM. And here in AWS, we are basically working in different kind of LLM-based technologies like agent, personalization, recommendation, search, and improving customers' life using GenAI. That's all about me for now.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thanks so much. And talking about personalization, sometimes those recommendation engines assume very strange things about me, but I guess we'll get to that later. So let's go into the slide deck. I'm going to start sharing slides, and please help me and prompt me when it's time to go to the next slide. So just give me a second. There we go. Share. Chat slides. Show. Hold on. Play from start. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so personalization with AI, data scientist view. Let's go.
Yeah. So yeah, this is a very high level presentation where we will be kind of covering what we will be talking for next half an hour or so. It's like how this approach has changed over the time. So initially it was static segmentation, where we knew certain criterias of certain demographic or geographic, or it was a rule-based system. We could not get into a particular person, lack of data, lack of processing power, whatever you say. And that was pre-AI era, I think, before 2014 or something. And then we came into the AI era that has been ranging from 2014, 2015. Initially, there were like collaborative filtering models, although those are like rule-based, but there was somewhere in between machine learning model and AI model or things like that, where we tried to improve basically customers' experience. And then there was, when we got there, then it came the real-time personalization. So for example, when you go to YouTube, you make a refresh of the screen, the personalization changes, the recommendation changes. So that was computationally heavy. So we got there. And now in the LLM era, we have been using like user data, video data, image data, even before that. But the multimodal understanding made it even better. How we are using the context in the age of LLM, that even matters more. So those are the things that have been happening. Like we want to know more about user. So that is what is happening in this era. Move to the next.
Okay, and just a couple of words, obviously, all of this, what we think user wants and what data shows each user actually needs could not be closer to our industry, right? So thanks for that. And next
Yeah,
slide,
and that is where bias comes in actually, like data truly shows where we want to get. And yeah, these are pillars of modern AI personalization. Although I am in data science, I am in machine learning, but I say data reigns supreme over anything. It is the data layer and how good you build the data layer and the full data infrastructure that matters most. We need behavioral data, although click comes before view, and obviously purchase, then click, then view. And then the contextual signals like the time, device, location, then content metadata, those things you cannot basically create those. You cannot. Those are the things you must need to build any personalization layer. And recommendation algorithm, as I said, it has moved from collaborative filtering to deep learning. We will discuss in details later, like when and how we should move. It should be always from simpler to a more complex model. And then the natural language understanding, where earlier it was hidden layers, then came the using that embedding, and then LLM. LLM has improved this part a lot better. I can mention later about some research that people are doing for explainable recommendation, where LLMs are used a lot to basically understand what is actually happening behind a personalization. Then real-time prediction models, A/B testing is very much necessary. Here, I think what we discussed in the first slide, as Olga said, what we think we know and what is actually happening. So that becomes clear like a daylight when the A/B testing happens. Same thing that is giving you a lot of ROI in iOS can fail in Android. So it can be really puzzling, but the A/B testing can basically figure it out, help you figure it out. Delivery and orchestration, obviously, personalization, content ranking, dynamic messaging, it matters. It actually connects you to the data intelligence layer, because I have worked in the past with third-party vendor companies where certain signals are not available when you go with a certain vendor. And that basically tells you whether the user has actually opened the app, actually clicked there, and after that, what they did. So that level of granular information you need from both push, email, in-app, that can complete the cycle. Only then a proper ML model will work. So that matters a lot when you are using a dynamic messaging. That matters. And multi-language and local specific delivery, yes, that reigns supreme when you are going to create a solution that you want to deliver across multiple geo. And local specific, the nature changes. Sometime the user is basically like certain habit in certain locality for the same widget. We'll also talk about this later, is like when in case of video recommendation, when you are saying it's a critical video, critically acclaimed video, it will do better in certain part of Europe. And if you say like it's trending and it's continue watching, some widget like that will do better in US. So those kind of observations are always there. Yeah, we can move to the next.
Right. And guys, just a bit of a teaser. We'll talk about data and locale specific data quite a bit in the rest of this conversation. So let's go.
And yeah, as I was saying, this is a very pinpointed thing that I have seen and done. Is like push notification open rate, how to improve the push notification open rate. That was like a 10% improvement that I worked on. It used to be called Food Network Kitchen, anyone knows. And then sending time optimization, like it's kind of like it improves the push notification. It also, you can optimize when you are sending. You cannot send it the notification default at 4 a.m. for everyone. So so that is what we explored there. And this real-time A/B testing framework comes hand in hand how the whole system is designed. And also the churn prevention, that is where I worked on how basically also you can detect cycling user, like user who can come back, and how you can take different kind of strategy for different kind of user. You cannot give a kind of discount for every user who is like about to churn. You can take different strategies based on what kind of video they liked and whether those seasons are coming back. So there are so many factors there. Groupon, already I have spoken about that recommendation engine that created that knob lift. And Expedia, during a short stay during COVID, when everyone was focusing on the cancellation, even there, how you can make customers' life better, where there was we were working on a chatbot implementation. That time no LLM was there. It was just reinforcement learning based chatbot, and that even made customers' life easier when even they came to cancel the service, cancel the travel plans. Actually, yeah, we can move to the next.
Okay, great.
And yeah, the complexity, personalization, and localization adds to that, but that is necessary. And some of the key dimensions are like privacy laws. That is something you cannot basically forget, like GDPR and CCPA. Local preferences also matters a lot. When I was working in Groupon, there were like 3 divisions. One is Groupon Live, another was Groupon Travel, and another was Groupon Goods. And we were using this data across the section of the company to recommend. So if someone is using a certain part in certain locality, then that basically helps customer in when they are coming into the goods, because and also based on that you can basically suggest them some item which will be available in a nearer warehouse. So those kind of things are also there. Hyper personalization, the opportunity experience that feels locally native. AI can learn obviously the local specific pattern, as I already said. And multilingual, in a Spanish speaking people, things can be different. In English speaking, things can be different. So that kind of personalization is also there. But again, it's your data that will tell you. When you scale the solution, then it comes into the factor. Next one, Olga.
And just a quick comment. So you're right about how things amplify when you go global and multilingual. I was playing trivia with myself in the background. We're talking 7,164 languages out there. And once all the long tail language problems have been solved, here we are, hyperlocalization and hyperpersonalizations problems times a huge number. So next slide.
Yeah, especially this long tail language problem becomes evident when you try to, let's say in a big companies like where they have enterprise software, they will often have different rings, production ring and prior production ring. Sometimes they will have 3-4 rings. The problem becomes how you handle the smaller test rings, where how you handle certain errors can pop up in certain it will not easily pop up in English speaking area because there are a lot of user, it can easily get reported, but some errors can get hidden when the less represented bug in a less represented language will not catch it when it is in a test ring, but when it goes to production, yes. So you have to basically design the distribution accordingly. Yeah, so foundation is centralized user data lake, data quality standard and data infrastructure you have to set up accordingly. And then the next step is basically deploy recommendation engine, the first version. You do once that is without the infrastructure, nothing will happen, but you can actually when the mini improvements you can easily deploy if your infrastructure is ready. And also for A/B testing, it's all about a culture. Sometimes the product manager and everyone will sit together once in a week or twice in a week, and they will basically see what is coming out of A/B testing and how to act on that. So that kind of culture is needed. And once you are very mature, then go for the real-time personalization and multi-channel orchestration. And LLM powered content generation is also there once you are very mature on that, and depending on what kind of recommendation engine it is. Yeah, we can move.
I'll ask a quick question. So when you design your models, when you design your systems, are you designing them with multicultural, like through multicultural and multilingual lens from the get-go? How much of a priority is it for you?
Depends what kind of software it is, what kind of reach it has. We often get requests from customers where they want to basically start with the most represented, most of the cases, that is English, and maybe the second most represented language, Spanish or something. But you always start small, and then you see how it works. In today's case, one of the cases that we notice is like, if whatever it becomes actually easier with LLM, because in case of LLM, earlier you used to keep one layer where whatever the incoming requests are, you can always basically translate that and work on that, and then send the result back to the user. So but there are certain nuances, certain embedding, certain kind of thing that can be better captured if you have a different kind of pipeline or different kind of logic there for other languages. So yes, we start with generally the most spoken languages, and because that is where the basic ROI is met, basic requirements are met, and then we if based on requirement, based on time we have available, we move to less represented language if that is the requirement. Again, it depends on what kind of software it is. If it is an enterprise software which is present in 100 countries, the rule is different. If it is a chatbot that you are implementing for a HR company, the rules are different.
Great. Thanks so much. So I think we're up with the deck. So let me stop sharing and let's go into a little bit more detail. So when you read a lot of publications and blogs out there, you always learn about garbage in, garbage out. And by the way, as we all know here, garbage in, garbage out is the core principle of our industry, of our localization industry. So sentiment one is it's all about the quantity of data and the volume of data you actually need to build a proper personalization engine and in hyper personalization, hyper localization engine. Sentiment two is actually the quality of the data. You need less of data. And then sentiment three is that data is great, but the real juice is in the algorithm. So what is the truth? What is the reality?
To each on its own, the whole volume concept came because of deep learning based things actually. And again, that's a bit of quandary. I mean, that's a bit of puzzle there, right? When the deep learning became relevant, then we understood that deep learning works well when you have a lot of data. Now with LLM, actually, you don't. At most of the times when you are working in the very top layer, you don't need that much data. You need clean data. Okay, so even in the initial ML phase, when we were using models like XGBoost and other cases, there we didn't need a lot of data. We needed clean data. So now we are back to that. After we are not many companies are building big deep learning models that they will need a lot of data. And again, it depends on the nature of the problem. If it is a recommendation problem, we need good amount, let's say some 10,000 user item interaction or something that we start with. Then we have to see whether we are getting the item coverage or the user coverage. So if we think in terms of collaborative filtering, you first have to see whether you have a lot of user or a lot of item. So then if you have based on that, you will design your system, whether you are building a user collaborative filtering or user item or item to item collaborative filtering. Based on that, if you have a huge catalog, maybe item to item will make better sense. So that kind of thing is there, where scale of data still, I would say, start with a manageable data amount so that you can make it better. You get good quality of data where each user have certain level of coverage. So let's say you start with 10,000 user item data, and some good user or some good item does not have enough coverage. That is what we figured out during our A/B testing. So we saw that in case of A/B testing, when we were seeing in our test environment, it was giving very good result. In A/B testing, in certain cases, it failed. And when we dug deep, we found that certain item does not have enough coverage. As a result, it is not able to pull up the proper recommendation for it, or it is not able to suggest what should be the similar item. So yes, coverage matters, and the problem type matters, and data quality is above everything.
Great. Thank you. So since this is our localization, globalization, global content delivery, translation industry conference. Let's talk a little bit about catering to global personas or local personas, and what kind of data actually is most relevant when you operate in the global commerce space. right? All of these, I'm pretty sure all of these problems are relevant globally. But what else is important? Data, approaches, thought process, parts of the
Yeah,
pipeline.
I think
Go ahead.
different kind of data, transactional data and behavioral data, linguistic data, all this kind of things matter. But transactional data is of utmost importance, because if it is what we noticed, we kind of built in Groupon. When we were building the recommendation engine, we build it for we build a customer also bought and customer also viewed. So you see two kind of data we are using. We are using purchase data and the view data, and we noticed that the purchase data obviously is a stronger signal, and sometimes it will not have good coverage. To reciprocate that, then we merge that with customer also viewed. So wherever we didn't have good coverage, we use the view data. So yeah, when we are thinking about global data structure, I mean, what kind of data we should be using, uh, the hierarchy is purchase data, then click data, then view data. And click data also could be biased. So you have to take care of that bias. There could be bots and those things there. And also like region and those things matters. Like shopping pattern can change drastically by region. So for example, in Europe, user browsed longer but converted at similar rates to US user in Europe. So this kind of data, this kind of thing matters. Behavioral signal with cultural interpretation. Click pattern means different things in different culture. Time on page is something we found it very interesting. Is like we saw when the user stays longer in a certain page, there's a less likelihood they will convert. So you will see in Amazon pages where you will see for reviews actually. So what the user is doing by staying longer, they're reading reviews, and the more review they are reading, they're generally growing pessimistic. Okay, so to reduce the time to read the content, you use those keywords, right? Summarize keywords that you are putting there, so they click on that keyword and then they basically go to those reviews. That actually improved things actually. So make the user's journey less painful. Let them stay the optimum time, not too long, not too short. It's good in that way. And yeah, that's also like search query patterns. People search in different languages. If you consider that kind of embedding, as we said in the previously, is like when we are handling different, you can always convert those languages into English and do those things. But if you are handling the search kind of problem, there it is better if you used embedding based on that particular, which is created on for that language. So that will make your things better. Yeah. So
Sorry,
that's
I apologize for interrupting, but there was Hema with a 5-minute sign, I think roughly 5 minutes ago. And as I said, Tanay and I, when we prepared for the session, we have a ton of material to cover. So I don't know, Konstantin, maybe we need to, I don't know, whatever we need to do a separate workshop or something, because it's definitely super
It will be
interesting.
interesting. I have some questions.
For real? Okay, well, buy time for Hema. I surrender. You go.
Hema, do you want to go first?
Oh no, this time you can go first, Konstantin.
No, you go first. Ladies first.
Oh, I go first with questions. So I have a question which came to my team. Last time I said, we need a new website. And they told me, but people don't visit websites anymore. Are we going to change the internet and is Amazon prepared to serve fresh content instead of websites?
yeah. I mean, okay. So what is the question exactly in this case?
So are you seeing this coming from your data insights and patterns?
Yeah. I mean, that is not even an insight. It is something like when we are building, I won't take the customer name or something, but the general trend is when we build content for customers, we uh, we kind of, it is all, most of the time it's a app. It's which can easily go to the mobile, so Gradio-based apps or like Streamlit-based app, which user can interact in both in mobile and UI. But obviously, yeah, that is the general trend. But again, when it is you are interacting with customer who has huge scale, there it does not matter what employees are saying because they have certain set of standard or something. But newer companies, yes, startups, they have the hyper focus on the mobile.
Okay.
All right. What about synthetic data? So we've been talking a lot about data. Synthetic data has been an initiative on the vendor side a lot. Taos went into this, and Hema, you went into synthetic data. What's the current stance on synthetic data? Is it useful? Do you manufacture it in-house? Do you work with synthetic data externally? What is the future of doing synthetic data at all?
I can add something to that.
Yes.
Shall I? Yeah.
Sure.
So synthetic data has been required. I mean, it's not new, right? We have been creating synthetic data using general adversarial network and those things. But on a very grassroots level, most of the time we nowadays need synthetic data because the environment about using PII or PHI, those kind of sensitive information is very much necessary, right? Now the problem is as a company, we are not supposed to see or touch those kind of data, but we have to do our job end of the day. So there are certain rules and regulations. I will not go to depth of that, what we can do, what we cannot. But most of the time, synthetic data is created and given to us. We work on synthetic data where we don't have PHI or PII anymore. Those are redacted, replaced. And in that case, we can work with peace of mind that, okay, we are not seeing anyone's personal data. So that is another area where we use when,
So
let's say,
it is on the rise. Nobody wants to talk about it. It's like a secret that everybody knows about.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Hema, there is a future in synthetic data. Let's go do it.
More than a trend, in my view, it's going to replace most of the native data that we have for some applications. So,
right, and probably even more so for long tail languages, right, where the data is exceptionally sparse, so you need to get it from somewhere.
Okay, one last question. I don't know if even the question, maybe a comment. Tanay, some people calculated, I don't know, economists, internet peers, gurus, whatever, that people create 100 trillion words per day on the internet. But companies like OpenAI only generate 100 billion, so 1,000th of that number. Do you think it's true, or is the AI generation already bigger part of the
I think it's bigger.
what humans are creating?
Yeah, I think it's bigger because I saw the stats somewhere. It was like, I should not quote someone, but probably it was some 20 to 30% is already AI generated. And human beings, again, people are lazy in some cases. So rather than creating new content, sometimes it is like just let it get created by AI and then edit it. And in that case, you can't even say whether it was generated by AI or generated by human. But I think one of the cases, the trend is it's hybrid. But definitely that kind of contents are taking over.
So how long do you predict till robots make more words, conversations, discussions, ideas than us?
Yeah, it's very difficult to predict, but we have certain kind of watermark detection and things like that. Even that day, I was reading a LinkedIn post where someone was saying like some professor in Stanford or someplace, that person basically said she submitted a paper. She's a renowned professor, and it got rejected, saying that it has LLM generated content in that. She said, no, I wrote it by hand. Then she realized she had a colleague who is non-English speaking. So they took the help of LLM to generate that content, right, in English. So yeah, those factors are also there. Like when you are trying to do translation, LLM is very useful. So that is also filling the gap.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Olga, thank you.
Thank you. And Tanay, thanks a million for joining us. Super interesting, and I'm sure to be continued. So, Konstantin, we're going off stage.
Thank you.
Yes, and let's think of the data workshop that you can run together.
You should.
We have a data workshop with Hema tomorrow, but perhaps yours is for the next edition in 2026.
Deal.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you survived the first day, and now is the final session, the closing keynote. It is my pleasure and privilege and honor to introduce my friend Erik Silberstein, the man, the legend, the creator of the first commercial TMS, the NLP engineer, and today a novelist, full-time, Erik, right? You're now full-time novelist. An incredible journey.
Okay, should I start?
Would you like to? Hema,
I don't know. Okay.
We are
don't let
looking
me do
forward.
all the talking, Hema. Do it. Take it from me.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Hold on a second.
Let's start with your personal journey, right? We have in this graveyard shift of your final keynote, we have more than 100 people ready to listen how it all went down and what is the lesson for us all in localization. I think there is no better lesson in self-transformation than what you have done in the past few years. So I'm very excited to hear what you have to say to us at the end of this day one.
Okay, you see my screen now, right?
Absolutely, with all the people's faces not redacted from this personally identifiable picture.
That's right. Well, I took that picture, I think, in 1997. But I know you want me to talk about my personal journey, and I guess I am going to do that indirectly. But what I'm really going to do is talk about generative AI and why I think that people with localization experience are in a really good spot to apply skills that have been built over decades to the whole way the world is going to work in the future. But where I want to start is with how I got interested in localization in the first place and what gave me the idea to start Idiom, which is, as you said, we created World Server. This is a photo of the sort of Silk Street, Silk Market, tourist market in Beijing. I'm pretty sure I took this photo in 1997. This was like a wonderful, fun place to go, practice my Chinese, eavesdrop on conversations, chat with random tourists from all over the world. But I was not there to buy knockoff products. I was there for my summer internship with Microsoft, working on the Microsoft Word product. And the team that I was put on was the team that was building the first proofing tools in Chinese for Microsoft Word. And that's where I want to start. And you're going to see that it's really connected to generative AI. But let me start first even simpler and ask you, is there an error in this sentence? And the answer is yes. Went is spelled wrong. It's a typo. And if you think about how the computer would figure out that there's an error, it's pretty easy. It would break this thing into words, probably just based on the spaces. It would go look up each word in a dictionary. So it looks up he, yep, that's a word. Looks up WNT, says, nope, that is not a word. And it flags it to the user, and the user can go and fix it. That's been around for a long time, since way before I was born. Now, this was sort of the situation in 1997 that the team at Microsoft in Beijing was tasked with. So here is a sentence in Chinese, and the question is there an error here? And there is. The fourth character, the one that looks like a mountain and means mountain, doesn't belong there. It's the wrong character. But how's the computer supposed to figure that out? One thing you can't easily do, because there are no spaces, is break this thing into words and then look up each word in a dictionary. So that's and there's more complexity than that, but that's the basic idea of something you can't do. Another thing that you might think is, okay, this is way too complicated. Why don't we just check if each character is valid? And if they're not valid, at least we could put a squiggly line underneath the character to let the user know. But that's also not going to be of any help, because you really can't type an incorrect character any more than you could type A incorrectly. So it's not going to be a tool that would be useful to users. So the approach that the team came up with is one where you go character by character and you start looking at the probability that that character belongs there. So you look at the first character, he. Okay, that seems good. You look at the first two characters, he went. Okay, that seems good. You look at the first three characters, that seems good. Four characters, he went to the mountain. Okay, sort of seems like that could be a legitimate sentence. And then you look at the next character, and it's really unlikely to happen. It's almost certainly a typo, because the chance that this last character would follow these two characters is very small. The question is, how would you know that? And you would only know that if you could go and pull lots of data down. And I think we take it for granted these days that you don't even need to scrape the internet. You could just pull down data that somebody else has assembled from the Common Crawl or from wherever. But back in 1997, it's funny, you guys were just talking about how much total text is being generated every day. Back in 1997, there wasn't that much text on the web. There definitely wasn't that much text on the Chinese web. And so people at the Microsoft office were going around and collecting text and collaborating with academics who had built up corpuses or corpora, whatever the plural of that is. My mentor was really excited and knew a ton about these types of model. They're called n-gram models. That's something a lot of people have heard of, but almost nobody had heard of back then. And we spent a lot of time talking about how powerful these models would be and how useful they would be for end users. As far as I can remember, he never said to me anything like, and by the way, this technique is sort of a baby version of the way that computers are going to eventually be able to think. But if he had said that, I'm sure I absolutely wouldn't have believed it. And yet, we go forward 20 years to 2017, and this really famous research came out of Google. The paper was called "All You Need Is Attention," and it's since gone on to be, I don't know, it's one of the most famous papers in AI ever. And what they did is they announced this thing called the transformer. And the transformer has, it underpins so much stuff in the world of AI and the world of generative AI. It's been this sort of thing maybe more powerful than anybody could have possibly guessed. Sometimes people forget why they were even doing this research in the first place and why it's called transformer. And the reason is they were working on the problem of translation. And so this initial version of this was trained on about 4.5 million bilingual sentences between English and German. You put English in, you get German out, and it blew away the existing competition in machine translation. And this is pretty crazy because if you look at this, it doesn't seem like it's all that complicated. It doesn't have lots and lots of hand-coded rules. And it also has another advantage, which is that it's very easy to train at scale. Now, something else about this that if you're like me, you've seen this diagram many times, you've heard about the transformer. When you really look carefully, you might have some questions like, okay, there's an input here, but why is there an output going into the input? What exactly do you put into this thing when you're training it? And once it's trained, how exactly do you feed English in so that you can get German out? I was, like a lot of people, busy with a lot of things, so I didn't really try to understand that until last year. And if that's something you're interested in, I wrote up a blog post called Tracing the Transformer in Diagrams. And I approached this the way I like to learn things, which is to put a tiny, tiny little example in there so you could watch every number flowing through the entire transformer. A transformer that's trained on just a few numbers is not going to do anything useful. But the advantage is you can actually understand, like, what do you put in and what does it get multiplied by and what does it get added to and what does it get compared to at the end. Anyway, back to the transformer. If you had asked me, let's say around the time I was starting Idiom, did I think that machine translation would work or would work in my lifetime or would ever work especially well? I definitely would have said no. And actually, I think I got asked that question a lot because when people were looking at investing in Idiom, one of the questions they had is like, oh, if machine translation gets really good, would you need all this workflow stuff and process management stuff and translation memory and tools for translators? The reason I thought this was not going to be solved is because translation isn't like, it's not just some small problem. It's not like a mechanical task that somebody can be taught how to do. To actually translate something, you first need to understand it. to understand it, not only do you need to know, the words and the language of the thing you're reading and maybe the immediate context above and below it, you also just have to have common sense. You have to have knowledge about the world, or if it's domain specific, you have to have knowledge about that domain. And the fact that you can then render it in another language, it's almost like a test or a proof that you actually understood it. And so the fact that this relatively simple thing, or at least simple looking thing, could translate better than sort of anything had ever translated anything before it's crazy. Like when I think about it, I still think that it's just absolutely amazing. And then you might think, well, if translation is proof of understanding, at least understanding to a certain level, maybe maybe this transformer is actually understanding things. And the researchers working on it probably had the same thought. And then they thought, well, wait a second, forget about going from one language to another. Could we somehow just work in a single language? Because if you could, there'd be a lot of advantages. One would be, oh, this might be useful for lots of things, not just for translation. And another is, instead of training on 4.5 million or 15 million parallel sentences, you could translate on billions of sentences. And I don't think anybody knew exactly what would happen if you did that. So another thing you might be thinking, or you would have thought back then, is when you're generating German, you're starting with a blank slate in terms of the German, but you're being guided by the English, and you're also being guided by the world knowledge that this thing has. If you're going to strip out the left side of this, which is called the encoder, and you're just going to generate text, what's your starting point going to be? You could start with nothing, and you could turn up the temperature, and you'll get something. It might be pretty interesting and pretty creative, but how is that going to be useful to you? So they came up with the idea of instead giving it some sort of starting point and just seeing where it went with it. That starting point is what we call a prompt. And you've probably heard the term autoregressive, meaning that as it's generating output, it's constantly looking back at everything it generated so far. And this concept, I'm sure the people who originally invented it would have no clue how powerful that would become, that we would create prompts that are enormously long and are basically a way of programming these systems. I'm going to come back to that. I want to stick for a second with this sort of more embryonic phase of this technology being developed and ask, okay, good theory. I'm going to have this thing read a ton of text. It's going to be useful, but how do I know if it's actually learning anything or getting smart? Well, for human students, there's a long history of testing, and there are lots and lots of tests that have been adapted from humans to testing AIs. This multiple choice question comes from a set of, I think it's 5,000 to 10,000 multiple choice questions that were assembled, at least at this form, in 2018, and based on actual tests from, I don't know, middle school or high school tests. And so one thing we could say is, okay, if the model could answer this question and lots of other questions like it, that might be a sign that something interesting is happening. And I also want to point out, this isn't exactly a reasoning question. It's not sort of proof that it's doing deep thinking, but it's also not a question that you can just guess the answer based on the information that's here. You have to somehow understand the question, understand the answers, and combine that with what you know about the world. And I'm saying a human would need to do this, and maybe a model would need to do this as well. So our goal is to somehow give this question to the early versions of these models and see if it can give the correct answer. And you might say, oh, well, ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, no problem. Just paste the whole thing in. It'll come back and it'll say, oh, the answer is B, and here's why, and here's some sources. But we're not talking about that. These models didn't know how to chat with us yet, and they were not nearly as powerful. Another thing you could say is, okay, I just talked about the idea of a prompt. What if I take that first part, an increase of carbon dioxide, blah, 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 as my prompt, and I see what the model generates? That's not really going to work either, because it's going to generate something for sure. Maybe that something is right, maybe that something is wrong, but the chances that it matches one of these four choices is really small. And then if it's sort of similar but not the same, how would we decide if it's right or not? And also, it's not really in the spirit of a multiple choice question. If you're a human taking a test, reading the four choices is part of understanding the question in the first place. So let me show you what we do. And it's really similar to the Chinese grammar checking example. So we assemble four pieces of text, literally the ones you see here. question, colon, and then we put the question, answer, colon, and this is choice A, decreased variations in day length, and then the next one we put choice B, increase average air temperature. And at its core, these models are good at predicting the next word or the next token. I'm sure you've heard that before. But what it's really doing is it's predicting the probability across all the words. And then when you're generating from scratch, you pick some of the more likely ones. But that's really the same thing as saying, for some words like these, I can ask what the model thinks the probability is. And as you think about this, you can almost feel how the model is thinking. So the model reads this, then it starts to read, okay, decreased. Okay, seems legit. Variations, okay, sort of makes sense. And each step, it's multiplying all these things, which are sort of taking this part of the sentence and it's combining with the earlier part of the text, but that's also getting combined with hundreds of millions of weights. And that's all coming down to assigning a probability. In day, okay, sort of sounds reasonable. In day length, that sounds a little bit not so likely. So maybe the probability will come out to be whatever, 0.000, some number. Now we do the same thing for the next one, increased average air temperature, calculate the probabilities. We calculate the probability for each of these. We do something to normalize for the fact that we don't want short answers to have an unfair advantage. One of them is going to come out on top, and we're going to say that that's the one that the model thinks is right. Now we'll go compare with the actual answer that we know, and we'll mark that question as either correct or incorrect. Let's say the model puts B as the highest probability, B is the right answer, so it gets marked as correct. Now we do that for 5,000 questions. And then at the end of all of that, a lot of work. If we get around 25% right, we're probably going to be pretty sad because we haven't done any better than guessing. And if we get like 90% right, we're probably going to be shocked that this sort of simple looking technology could possibly do that. I've been playing recently a lot with this thing called NanoChat that Andrej Karpathy released open source about 2 months ago. And I sort of following his approach, I trained a model using that has around 500 million weights, and I trained it around 10 billion tokens of data, and it gets something like 60% of the easy ones of these questions right, and 30% of the harder ones right. Which I don't know. I think I think it's fascinating. Okay, you personally may not care that much about how models are evaluated at this level, but I want to show you an example of an evaluation that I bet some people on this webinar have seen before and probably maybe even organized and maybe even did this 20, 25 years ago. So you have some text in English, maybe help pages or marketing content, and it's your responsibility to get it translated into Japanese and many other languages probably, but you don't personally speak any Japanese. Okay, text comes back from a vendor. It's like half a page of Greek. Obviously, you know it's wrong. So that's something got screwed up, but that's also really unlikely to happen. What's more likely to happen is you get back content and you look at it and you're like, yep, that looks like Japanese and it looks like it could be the right length. The question is, how do you check its quality? Maybe you send everything as just part of your procedures to your employees in Japan and they check it. Maybe you do that, but you do it on a spot check basis. Maybe you employ a different vendor to check your main vendor. Maybe you do extensive auditing of your own vendor's QA processes so you don't have to do any of this other stuff. Maybe these days you use an AI to judge it, or maybe you don't do any of this, but you sort of keep an ear to the ground. And if you get complaints from like sales or marketing people or even end customers, you know that something's messed up in the process. What I'm describing now, I'm sure sounds completely not interesting because it's just how things work and have worked for a long time in localization. But if you take a step back, so few processes are executed by, managed by, imagined by people who don't have the ability to stick their own finger in and sort of check for themselves that the quality is good. And actually, I was thinking about this last week. I was in New Jersey, where I grew up, for Thanksgiving, and there's a bagel place in Tenafly, New Jersey called Celebrity Bagels. It's now under new ownership. And I went there and I got like a dozen bagels, which is actually 13 bagels for everything. And I got back to my parents' house and I tried one of the everything bagels and it was like ridiculously salty. I don't mean that the bread was salty. I mean like the coating with the salt and poppy seeds and sesame seeds and garlic and everything was just like so salty. all the owner or the manager would have needed to do was taste one of his bagels, and he instantly would have known that this sort of topping mixture was off. And that's how most things do work, but not in localization. One reason I know this, well, let me come back to that. I want to talk for a second about the world that we're all entering, where AI plays a much, much bigger role. So
be mindful of time, Erik. Memento.
Okay. All right. I will
We're
go
getting down the rabbit hole into the AI.
Okay. So we write instructions, and amazingly, those instructions are often just in English or in some other language. But those instructions also change all the time because we're trying to improve the thing or we find problems and we have to fix them. We have input and output. And the weird thing about working with these models is that the input and the output is much more similar to how you might email or Slack a human, much less prescriptive, much more flexible, but that also brings a bunch of problems. The models don't live in isolation because they can call out to tools which might search the web or work with a database inside a company. And then the model itself, at least right now, we tend to change a lot because there's new ones that might work better, or there's new vendors that come in, or whatever reason. And how are you possibly supposed to keep something like this working? And this isn't, I'm not talking about localization here. I think almost every human thing that we do is eventually going to work this way, much like software is now part of everything we do. Things like I was involved for many years in clinical trials. All sorts of work on clinical trials will probably work this way. And, you know, the difference between running a clinical trial well or not is bringing a new drug to market, billions of dollars of difference in a market cap, all the way through to every possible process you could imagine. And the answer is going to be, at least for now, as best we understand it, evaluate early and often and come up with good evaluations. And what I want to show is that evaluations is something that the localization world knows really well. I started Idiom. We created the world's first globalization management system. It's really hard for me to believe because it feels like yesterday that it was over a quarter century ago. Here is a screenshot. This is at least 20 years old, much older. Some of you may have seen this. We were, I think, the first software product to have a browser-based workflow editor. And even back then, and even this sort of simple marketing version of it, you could see how we were managing a process that combined automatic steps and human steps, and even the idea of escalating to humans when things go wrong, humans in a loop, going through MT, which this example doesn't show, but that became common over the years. I think this is exactly how everything is going to work, except with lots of models in the mix. And I think if you're in localization, you have a set of very relevant skills to work on problems like this. This is a screenshot from the new AI agent builder from OpenAI, and there's a lot of tools like this now. And it's almost, you know, you can almost see it's the same type of idea. Okay, one last high-level thought, Kosa, you want me to pull it out of that, which is forget about the details of like workflow or evals. Another way to think about AI is that an alien species, an alien intelligence has arrived on our planet. And who better to figure out how to communicate and work with an alien than people who already have a sort of mindset of, okay, the world isn't just about one language. The world isn't just about one country. How do you bridge cultural differences? How do you bridge linguistic differences? I think figuring out how to work with this alien is a little bit more like that than it is like figuring out how to work with a computer. Okay, and that's my last slide. I do want to mention that I've written 2 novels, and I would be thrilled if you read them. Also, if some of what I was talking about in this talk is of interest to you, I've been spending a lot of time recently exploring this sort of AI things, and I'm looking at doing a bunch of writing, sort of building on what I've explained here. So if you're interested in that, get in touch with me. And I'm done.
Wow, that was fast. Right on the topic when we started talking about the novels. Hey, let's discuss the aliens and novels part. I think the narrative about how localization is doing the same thing as 25 years ago, how we are equipped with the same skills, and how sometimes the new is past reinvented. You already did it 25 years ago, and now just maybe the human parts in the workflow are slightly replaced by models, but not completely. This is fantastic, right? It gives us the feeling that localization is actually the people who are here are well equipped. We know what to do. We know what to build. And
Very
this
well
narrative has been, yeah, I'm getting carried away. Hema.
very well organized people. So it's basically the same. And we've been through that through these many years. But I have a question for Erik.
Yes.
Because you now have two novels that you wrote. And tell me, how would you feel about feeding an LLM with those novels and seeing, I don't know, if he can help you, he can assist you in finding ideas, a different
Yep.
voice.
Yeah, it's a
Things like
great
that.
question. It's a great question. I've thought about it a lot. And actually, when I first got access to GPT-3, is that like 2021 or 2022? I forget. I'd already finished the first novel, but I took just my prologue and I put it in there and I asked it to generate, continue the 3 sentences into 20 sentences or something. I somewhere I have what it was doing, and it was fascinating to see, its different versions of the potential prologue. But anyway, I use the LLMs a lot, but I use it for the types of things I would use Google for. I use it for like idioms or translation or asking, what's more common in a certain place, or as a thesaurus. I think it can do a great job of writing fiction, and I really don't use it because it's impossible to unsee. And like, I'm not doing this for commercial reasons, right? My goal is to put something from my head onto the page, and I want it to be from my head, even though I'm much slower and probably worse, and it's like less compelling than what an LLM could do. But the words in my novels, at least so far, are like, it's like where my brain went when you let me do what you let an LLM do, which is, give it a starting point and just sort of see what comes out.
Excellent, excellent answer. I don't know if we have questions.
We have a question, and we have 3 questions at least. 2 in my head and 1 in the chat. I'll go with the 1 in the chat. Would you like to go ahead, Hema?
If I can find it.
It's under the QA. So while Hema is looking, I'll ask you one of the questions in my head. So these are 2 novels you've written. One is futurology, technocracy, insecure male protagonist, very much connected to the idea of technological progress. The second one is more about weak, fragile people, 2 women, one paralyzed, the other a minority in Germany. They're struggling with their own challenges. Very different world. Ends a little bit with technocratic, futuristic note, but overall, it's not about the future. It's about the human spirit. How did you bridge these 2 worlds? What happened?
I maybe because my mind is on LLMs, but
do you want to ask the LLM?
No, what I want to say is that I do, it's hard. It's funny sometimes. Like, are LLMs starting to think like we think, or do we think like LLMs think? Who knows? But sometimes you get a starting point, and I guess I'm a believer in following threads where they lead. And I started writing something, and I don't want to go into the whole story of how I wrote in Berlin, but I started writing something that took me to Berlin, and I met a woman who actually suffered a spinal stroke, similar to my protagonist, Anna. And even though I had a whole bunch of other ideas in my head, the more she and I talked, the more I think I was interested in her story, or at least a fictionalized version of her story. Then I was really interested in what had originally been in my head. And not only that, she read the first novel. And once she read it, she's like, was even more enthusiastic about helping me make sure I understood her story so that I could represent a sort of a fictional version of her in the novel. And I don't know, like, I went off on that and I got really into it. And I don't have a better answer than that. I think
you followed the thread.
I think there are maybe more similarities than you're giving me credit for between the 2, but you're right. They're on the surface, they're certainly like extremely different.
Was it difficult? Did it take courage to make the leap from AI and building software into novelism, and likewise to take the jump from one audience that reads kind of sci-fi into the audience that reads the mature human story?
I mean, I don't know if it takes courage, but I will say that in software, even if it's like so personal, because like you built it and you're trying to get customers and this and that, you can hide behind the royal we. Like nobody really thinks of, usually anyway, people don't think of like world servers just like one person's thing or something. And I'm not saying it definitely wasn't. But with a novel, there's sort of no hiding, right? So like you put that out there, and I know there are people like few say it to my face. I know there are people who have read each of these and thought like, oh my God, I would be so embarrassed to put this out there. But on the other hand, I don't know, I think it's part of like somewhere deep inside us as humans is the desire to share our creations. And, we only live so long. And like, I don't know, I like the idea of putting something out there that's going to be there, hopefully permanently in digital form, even when I'm not. So yeah, I hopefully that answers your question.
Excellent. Thank you for answering the personal story, Hema.
Yeah, no, now I found the question and answer in chat for the first time in 4 hours. So the question is, do you think today's TMS systems are able to capture the power of AI models, or are they incompatible?
I think the question is asking, are the TM systems that are not really using one of the foundational models like from OpenAI or Google, are they comparable to the foundational models? I think that's how I understand the question. But anyway, but the answer is I don't know. Because
Elaine, maybe you can elaborate in the chat.
I'm too far removed from that.
Just say from my experience, there's still maybe 60 enterprises in the world that use World Server.
Wow, I sort of surprised by that.
They can't get away from it. 25 years later.
I'll tell you, looking back at this, I mean, I don't want to like live in nostalgia land, but looking back at this screenshot, I distinctly remember working on the code to get like these labels to show up in the right place. Now, of course, you could just ask an AI and it would be, could just write that code for you. But yeah, there was a lot of fun things in World Server, and also it was sort of distressing that more companies didn't need it at the time.
So, may I ask, what's the last book you were reading?
I just read, is it Flesh, the one that just won the Booker? Is that what it's called? Let me look at my Kindle and I'll see. Yeah, Flesh. I definitely would recommend it. I also will admit that if I didn't know it had won a major prize, some of the style things in there I might have like questioned more. But anyway, definitely it is a recommend.
All right, last question. Erik, what is your question to the people here? Connecting your story from 25 years ago with your story today. Some of the people are the same, some of the people are new. What would you ask the audience here after the full day one of presentations, talks, panels, even games?
I just advocated a certain position, which is take your skills in localization and apply them more broadly, because I think they're really important now. But I'm curious if anybody actually believes that that's possible. Like how many people have an interest in moving beyond localization versus only using not only, it's not a small thing, but only using this technology to do localization even better.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Hema, thank you for being here with me all day. I've been stealing all the limelight.
It's been a pleasure.
Erik, the presentations, Jill, Liz, Kate, the team, thank you very much for hosting this first day of Generative AI and Localization Edition 5, December 2025. We continue tomorrow and the day after tomorrow with the hands-on workshops. Hema, you open tomorrow with the data workshop. Then we have the innovation showcase showing the new TMSs built on AI first, something that Elaine was asking about. Then we do a buy-side panel with e-commerce providers from all around the world on day 3. Alibaba, Walmart, Allegro from Europe, and Trendyol from Turkey all get together to discuss how they localize with AI these billions of product descriptions. And we end up with an agent workshop on day 3 by Maria Sukhareva from Siemens. She will get us the basics, very hands-on stuff for day 2 and day 3. I've been with you today all day. Thank you for your attention, for staying with us all throughout the adventure. And I hope you have a great evening, great afternoon, and best rest of the week. Cheers. let's wrap up for today.
Bye-bye.
And thank you. You've been leading the YouTube charge. And yes, finally, thank you to the sponsor, Smartling. Not to forget. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Thanks, Konstantin. Bye. Bye-bye. And YouTube. Bye-bye, guys. Thanks for watching.